Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the November 2025 edition of the Township of Muskoka Lakes Planning Committee meeting. I'm going to call the meeting to order at 9 a.m. and confirm that we have all members of council either present or on Zoom. We have the CAO, Deputy Clerk, Director of Development Services, Environmental Sustainability, and other staff with us today, as always. We have, as always, we've advised for public input on the agenda, which was invited through our township email. Today's meeting is being live streamed and recorded on the Township of Muskoka Lakes website and YouTube channel. So by participating in the opening meeting today, you are consenting to your voice, image, and comments being recorded. We had advised that we've had two items on the supplementary agenda. One is a letter and the other one is a request to speak on item, I don't know the number, but it's the waterfront zoning recommendation report. So we will have that. We have, Mitty, do we have anybody with a disclosure of pecuniary interest?
Councillor McIntyre's not in the room. Her belongings are there.
All right, so we're sorry. So we are short for the moment, but she will be here in a moment. So yeah, we have quorum. Yep. Good point. I said we had everybody here. We will have everybody here. So do we have any pecuniary interest on any of the items today from committee members? Seeing none. What else? That's it. Right. The other thing I would like to point out, although the agenda is published with invited presentations 4A and 4B, that's Nick McDonald and Barb Bridgeman, we will align those with the item that we're talking about, which is further on in the day. It is, I guess it's item, yeah, where was it?
10A and 10B.
Yeah, 10A and 10B. And also we will have one of the supplementary agendas, Ms. Brown, we will have her speak at that time as well. So we will start with our agenda today being a report from the Director of Development Services, Environmental Sustainability. No, is that that's not the fifth one. Sorry, the first one. Get the right page here. Chief Building Official on the bylaw. Sorry, Chief Building Official.
Good morning, Chair Bosemworth and committee members. I'm here to present the report and publicly identify updates to the building bylaw and the proposed changes to building permit and sewage system maintenance inspection program fees. Notice of this public meeting was published on the township website more than 21 days in advance of today's meeting. A brief overview of the changes of the building bylaw include the addition of conditional permit requirements, including formal legal agreements and monetary securities. The issuance of conditional permits will remain at the sole discretion of the CBO as specified in the Building Code Act. Alternative solution applications, forms, and associated fees in a formalized process. A standard alternative solution application form is used to define the information presented by applicants, and streamline the review by township staff. Inclusion of an administrative fees section to be charged in accordance with the Municipal Fees and Charges Bylaw, Schedule A. This is intended to align with the procedures of other municipal departments. Update and clarification of inspection request procedures with respect to e-permitting software. And finally, the requirement for survey documentation of existing legal non-complying buildings and structures proposed for redevelopment. This will set a standard for documentation required to benefit from legal non-complying provisions of the development of properties which do not comply with current zoning bylaw provisions. The proposed fee changes include demolition permits increasing from $100 to $200 in accordance with the minimum building permit fees as identified currently of $200. Sewage tank replacement fees will increase from $200 to $250. Alternative solution applications will result in a formalized process and a required $1,000 fee due to the laborious, nature of the review and document review. Proposed increase of surcharges from 50% of the calculated permit fees or a minimum of $200 to 100% of the calculated building permit fees or a minimum of $500, the greater of either of those values. And that is to align with the current practices of other departments, the planning department in particular. And finally, the annual increases to the sewage system maintenance inspection program fees will again increase by $5 for all on-site inspections. The resulting 2026 fees will be $340 for phase 2 inspections with records, $355 for phase 2 inspections without records, and $210 for post-remedial inspections. Beyond that, the structure, the framework of the building bylaw remains largely the same. And this is a result of a healthy building reserve fund. And I stand for questions.
Thank you. Sorry. This segment of our meet, or this topic on our meeting is a public meeting, so we allow for public input on this. So if there's anybody in the room or online who would wish to speak to this, please let yourself known. Right, then thank you. If the process here, if you would like to speak, come up to the podium. We need your name and address, and you can say what you think.
My name
Is the mic on? Thank you. Go ahead.
8 Johnson Street. I'm wondering about the tax issues. Is it going to be changed? The tax, property tax?
Okay,
Thank you.
Mr. Snyder, if you could answer that question.
Thank you, and through you to the member of the audience. The building fees have no impact on the tax base. It is operated separate from the township, largely with a separate budget. And the intent is that the building department operate revenue neutral without impact on the tax base.
Okay. Committee, do we have any questions? No questions. Let me read the resolution. Moved by Councillor Edwards, seconded by Councillor Nishikawa. Be it removed that committee approve the updated bylaw, building bylaw attached as Appendix 1 and amended Schedule H to the municipal fees and charges bylaw attached as Appendix 2 to the report DSES/2025/41, and that staff be directed to forward the updated bylaw and schedule to the municipal fees and charges bylaw to the December council meeting for full adaptation. Mr. Snyder, you have one more comment.
My apologies, Chair and Committee. I neglected to mention that we did receive response in support of the changes requesting or proposed requiring survey documentation for legal non-complying redevelopment from our Muskoka. My apologies for not.
Thanks for that reminder. And
It's published.
that's publicly noticed because it was part of our supplementary agenda. So, but thank you for the reminder. Committee, I have read the resolution. Do we have any discussion, comments? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that's carried. Thank you. See, we don't have Sally.
No, we did have Sally. Oh,
All right.
okay, so I'll make-
We have no official plan amendment applications, nor do we have concurrent zoning bylaws and amendment and consent applications together. But so the next item is report plan 2025-141, which is the address on Silver Street. And I think there's a lot of interest in this. And the planner on this is Director Huff.
Okay, good morning, Chair Bosworth. This application is to be heard on zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 2725 in the name of Brown. The subject lands are located at the corner of Silver Street and Harris Street in Port Carling, and as they are presently vacant, they do not have a municipal address. Next slide, please. Oh, that's good. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted site plan on page 21 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of the application is to propose rezoning the subject lands from community residential R1 to multiple residential medium density zone category RM1 to allow for the construction of 8 townhomes. The townhouses are proposed to be constructed in 2 blocks of 4 units each, with units 7 and 8 accessing Silver Street indirectly through the municipal road allowance. Services will be required to be extended to connect to all of the lots on Silver Street. Next slide, please. In support of the application, the applicant submitted a planning justification report, a scoped environmental report, a functional servicing report, preliminary floor plans and drawings, and details of each of these reports have been summarized in the staff report that you have today. Next slide, please. I will note at this time that the applicants intend to submit a part lot control application in order to subdivide the lot into 8 parts so that each of the unit is on its own lot. And a number of exemptions are required to the zoning bylaw in order to facilitate this. Some of the exemptions are required anticipating when the lots will be individual and separated. Next slide, please. So the next few slides do get into the required exemptions for this application. So exemption A and B are to permit the proposed location of unit 8 closer to the exterior side yard and an unopened road allowance being Massey Drive. Exemption C is to permit a 7-meter lot frontage on a road allowance for units 7 and 8 rather than the required 7 meters of lot frontage along a street. Next slide, please. Exemption D is to permit a 0-meter setback between the attached units, and E is to permit an increase in density from 30 dwelling units per acre to 37 dwelling units per acre in the RM1 zone. Finally, and next slide, please. The last exemption is to permit a ground floor area of 49 square meters, which is 527 square feet. I will note that these are 2-story units, so the gross floor area is of course double that amount. And as well, exemption G is also to allow for parking to be located in tandem with 1 parking space in a garage and the other in front of the garage. Next slide, please. Notice of public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 20 days in advance of this meeting, and 17 comments have been received to date. Comments were received from Nick Snyder, the township's chief building official, Matt Veach, the township's development and transportation engineering coordinator, Ryan Murrell, the township's fire chief, Sarah Campbell, who is a planner at the District of Muskoka, and Cheryl Bessie, case manager for the District of Muskoka Housing Division. As well, staff have received 4 letters of opposition from area residents, being Autumn and Paul Mills, Jeffrey and Christy Dix, Tracy Owen, and Scott Asselstein. The letter of opposition from Scott Asselstein included a petition that contained 53 signatures from local residents. The letters of opposition noted concerns with the application's impact on traffic and road network capacity, density and built form and neighborhood character inconsistency, its impact on the heritage, landscape, and lakeshore character, servicing impacts, stormwater and environmental impacts, concerns about off-street parking, and the precedent that would be set with the approval of a site-specific zoning application. I will note that 6 letters of support have now been received, some of which have been received after just this morning. So committee has not received those yet, but I will mention them today. So one that was part of the package in support is Michael and Madison Brown, and the other received yesterday, November 12th, was from Christina Clayton. Additional comments received this morning were from 6 local Muskoka Lake residents supporting the proposal: Jess Frazier, Dina, and I apologize, I couldn't read the last name, Adam Vedeb, Melissa Martin, Heather Scott, and Christina Ford. And these letters of support all note that the application would address the ongoing local housing shortage. The development is considered complementary to the existing streetscape and character and would support local businesses. Going back now to the internal, external agency comments received specifically. So the Township CBO noted no objections to the application. Ryan Murrell, the fire chief, noted approval pending all NFPA guidelines were met, firefighting capabilities and road access standards were met. Matt Beach, the Township's Development and Transportation Engineering Coordinator, provided a number of technical comments on November 7th, October 27th, and September 5th. And these all relate to technical matters, the reduction in setbacks from the unopened road allowance, stormwater management report, the servicing drawings, temporary construction access, and that the proposed driveway access for units 7 and 8 appears to encroach within the road allowance. And these items can be addressed as the application progresses through the approval process. Cheryl Bessie of the District of Muskoka's Housing Division emailed confirmation that 4 of the units have been approved for funding under the Muskoka Affordable Housing Initiative program, and that this funding would go towards the construction costs of 4 units and would commit the 4 units to remain affordable for 25 years. Comments from the District of Muskoka Planning Department note that they would not oppose the approval of the application, provided that they provided the appropriate development control techniques to implement the recommendations of the environmental impact report. As well, they note that they would require that the lands be placed into a holding symbol and that the holding symbol would be removed at the time that a functional servicing report would be submitted to the satisfaction of the District of Muskoka, as well that hydraulic modeling be completed and that any required improvements be implemented to the satisfaction of the district, and available water and sewer capacity be confirmed, again, to the approval of the district. And lastly, the district recommended that all future development be directed to areas outside of the floodway and to implement any required floodproofing measures within the flood fringe. Next slide, please. And next slide. And so just in summary, staff have prepared a detailed information report to support this public meeting today. Staff recommend that the application be deferred to allow the public to provide comments on the application before a recommendation is made, and that the staff report address the public comments received as part of the recommendation report. So with that, that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I believe the applicant's agent is Mr. Allen. Who's that? Oh, Ms. Brown, would you like to come and speak then on your behalf? Good morning and welcome.
Sandra Brown, 3864 Highway 118 West, Port Carling, Ontario. Daniel Brown. Good morning, Planning Committee. I do not want to take up a lot of time, but I felt it prudent to give you and the community a little backstory on how we got to where we are today. This property caught Dan's attention on October 2023, and on October 11th, 2023, we scheduled our first meeting at the Township Building here with Sam Soya and Rachel Mulholland. for October 16th, 2023, to discuss the potential of this property in the urban area of Port Carling before even purchasing the property. We took ownership of the property in December 2023 and have been working on providing more housing in our community. Pre-consultation meetings took place on March 15th and April 30th, 2024. These meetings included Emily Crowder, Bryce Sharp, Tim Sopko, and Nick Snyder. During these meetings, we discussed the exact vision we're presenting to you today. Understanding the significant housing need, we focused on how to bring more families to our beautiful town. We completed all the required supporting documentation from the pre-consultation checklist, which includes the materials in your agenda package: building elevations, scoped EIS, planning justification report, site plan, and floor plans. In May 2025, I personally visited our immediate neighbors to introduce myself, share our vision, and let them know we would be applying for a zoning bylaw amendment. Since fall 2024, we have also been working with the District of Muskoka to pursue support through the Muskoka Affordable Housing Initiative Program for the proposed 8 townhouse units. We are proud to share that we have secured funding support for 4 of the 8 eligible units. Our application was submitted on May 28, 2025, then finally deemed complete on October 3rd, 2025. On October 15th, we found out that Director Huff offered to review and process our application. Our advising team has since responded promptly to all follow-up questions. At this point, the application package is comprehensive, public and agency comments have been received, and there are 30 days for the staff to review before the council meeting next month. We respectfully request that the application be approved and advanced to the council next month. While this is only the first step, we are eager to continue working through this process. As of October 28, 2025, data from the district identifies a waitlist of 679 applicants for district-run housing units, affordable, market, and rent-geared to income units, including 64 families seeking 3-bedroom homes. This reinforces the urgent need for projects like this one. Thank you for your time and consideration. We are happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brown. Do we have anybody who would wish to speak in favor of this application? Are there anybody online? I suspect there are some people who would like to speak in opposition. So who would like to speak in opposition to this application? If you can come, we'll take in the order the hands went up. Or you can decide between you, or I will decide for you. Good morning and welcome. Name, address, and you have 5 minutes.
Beautiful, thank you. Good morning, Mayor, members of council.
Is the mic on? Okay,
Can you hear me now?
No, fine.
My name is Scott Asselstein, and I reside at 15 Harris Street in Port Carling. I'm here today to respectfully express my strong opposition to ZBA 2725 and request that the council deny the zoning bylaw amendment. As evidenced by the number of community members here today, and certainly the number of petition and signatures that were received, it is clear that there is strong opposition to this amendment being passed. The rezoning of individual lots in isolation from R1 to RM1 in a communal neighborhood sets a concerning and dangerous precedent. While I fully support thoughtful, well-planned growth within our township, I believe the proposed amendment and rezoning represents significant issues and represents a departure from both the intent of both the township's official plan and zoning bylaw. Silver Street and the surrounding subdivision primarily consists of stable, low-density residential properties defined by single detached family dwellings, mature trees, in a quiet communal setting. The proposed amendment would allow a form of development that is not consistent with the surrounding built form, lot fabric, or streetscape. The township's official plan emphasizes maintaining the small town and rural character that defines Muskoka Lakes, but if individual lots can be rezoned based on isolated requests rather than policy-driven community vision, there will be major inconsistencies between policy and practice. If every property owner or developer can apply for spot rezoning to increase density, the township risks losing control of its planning framework and replacing community-based policy with ad hoc decision-making. Neighborhoods like ours have evolved carefully over decades, and each decision council makes affects the cumulative shape of that community. Once higher density development is introduced, it cannot be undone. Council's decision on this amendment will shape not just this one property, but the future of how development proceeds in Muskoka Lakes. On behalf of concerned residents and property owners, I urge you to uphold the intent of the township's official plan and to deny ZBA 2725. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have another gentleman, I think. Next up. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Name, address, and
Kim Kunda, Kunda, 28 Harris Street. My wife and I have been full-time residents of 28 Harris Street for the last 19 and a half years. Title and ownership for 28 Harris Street is with our daughter, Sandra Marie Kunda, who is out of province at this time. Thus, I'm here, and I have a authorization from her if necessary. As per Scott Asseltine's detailed message, my concern is pretty simple. This property is designated for single dwelling, as are the existing homes on Silver Street. There appears to be sufficient space, land, to build 4 or 5 additional single dwellings on said property, which will complete the building of Silver Street. This, our neighborhood, does not need 8 townhouses mixed with the existing balance of single dwelling homes. This is Port Carling, not Mississauga or Barrie. There is no need to rezone this property, period. Thank you.
thank you very much. Next person.
Morning. My name is Julie Dubo and I reside at 21 Harris Street. My home is immediately adjacent to the property in question. I'm here to speak in opposition to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment and requested zoning exemptions. As my fellow neighbors have outlined in writing and verbally today, the proposed development is in conflict with items of the township official plan regarding the importance of preserving character and identity of established neighborhoods. I will also echo their concerns regarding unplanned zoning of single properties, which set a dangerous precedent. I have been a member of Muskoka Lakes community for several years and have very recently purchased my first home. I chose this neighborhood in Port Carling because of its lovely character and modest single-family homes, mature trees, and natural spaces, and its strong community cohesion. If the proposed development had been in place when I was searching for my home, I would not have considered this property or the surrounding area. This is why I'm now worried of the impact this development, if permitted, would have on the desirability and potentially property values in the area. This can be attributed to the proposed development not being in keeping with the existing character of the neighborhood. It also appears that the proposed townhouse complex is ill-suited for this particular parcel of land, as evidenced by the numerous requested exemptions. Exemptions which are required to allow the development to physically fit on the space and to fit within the community. Those requests that cause me the greatest concern relate to density and parking. My concern with the requested density exemption is that the plan doesn't identify or seek to address the impact this development would have on the surrounding area. There's a significant difference between having one home built on the lot with one family, as one would expect with the existing zoning of this property, and having 8 units on that same space. The increased noise and traffic needs to be considered. And how will privacy of the neighbors be maintained? Will the developers be responsible for installation of fencing? This is a particularly personal issue for me as the adjacent resident. If this development were to be built, I would be facing a two-story wall the full length of my property line with 8 individual neighbors. That's not what I expected in this neighborhood. Additionally, if these units are to be rentals, I have concerns about them being used for seasonal summer staff housing. The transient nature of these residents would not be in keeping with the local community's identity and character. Are there any measures that can be put in place to prevent this type of usage? I'm concerned that the tandem parking request would lead to problematic street parking on Silver Street and Harris Street. Without details of the attached garage size, it's unclear if they will be large enough to hold SUVs and pickup trucks common in Muskoka. Considering the proposed reduced square footage of the houses and lots, is it more likely that these garages be used for storage rather than parking spots? This would leave only one viable parking spot per 3-bedroom townhouse. It should be the responsibility of the developers to address these parking concerns within the guidelines of the existing zoning requirements, since they were written to reflect the needs of the residents and the community. The final item I wanted to speak to today is my questions and concerns regarding stormwater management. I saw that there's a plan regarding this management on their site. However, I'm unclear as to how this proposal would impact water draining from my property. Once the on-site marsh is filled in and engineering solutions in place, I believe my property will become the new low-lying land. My hope is that township staff will take this into consideration when reviewing the proposal and development plan, as this is well beyond my knowledge base. I respectfully urge the committee to deny this rezoning request so that the community's character can be preserved. If not denied outright, the details and requested exemptions need considerable deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have anybody else who would like to speak? Any online?
Morning, my name is Josh Wallace. I'm at 14 Johnson Street. And I have a question that probably could be Googled, but I'd like to know what the vetting process or what the, I guess, buzzword of affordable housing is and how we determine who qualifies or because I think by the sounds of it, there's 2 different ways this could go in terms of staff housing or affordable housing. I'd like to know what the township has in place to determine who qualifies for affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will hold that question until we get Director Huff up to answer questions from committee, but is there anybody else who would like to ask questions or speak against this application? Let me just say thank you to those who have come up and spoken. I can tell you this committee listens very carefully to what you have said, and your comments have been very thoughtful and respectful, and I thank you very much for that. So now let me turn it over to the committee for questions of Director Huff. And I think we've got your first question there from our citizen, if you could answer that for us as a start. That's a warm-up question.
Thank you, through the chair. So a few things on this. The affordable housing program that's being discussed is actually a District of Muskoka program. So we're not responsible for administering that program. So we're not in charge of the wait list. We're not in charge of deciding who is eligible for that program. We have had some conversations with the District of Muskoka to understand at a high level that affordability is generally 80% of the rental market rate as specifically set for this area. And so then what that means is that whoever rents there is able to rent at that level and not the market rate. And as we know, the market rate, say for a 3-bedroom, is quite high. And so even 80% of that rate is still going to be, I think, $1,700-1,800 at the minimum. So that's very different from perhaps some other perceptions of what that is, but that's how the District of Muskoka's program works here. And then the other piece I will just mention is that the zoning bylaw does not and cannot influence or affect who actually resides in the homes. That is outside of our area in terms of the zoning bylaw. In fact, it's a human rights issue that we can't direct who is able to live in these homes. All we're focused on is the actual dwelling itself.
All right, over to committee for questions, and I see our first one is Councillor Zavis.
Thank you, and through you, and I suppose to you, the group of folks who are opposed, and clearly very concerning to them as neighbors to the potential development. I guess my question would be, if 8 is not, if 8 is too many, is 4 enough? I mean, and the point of the matter is there's an economic basis here for these 8 units. So I know that the downside of this must be spoken to by at least one person standing up and saying, you know, what might they accept? And because I think to your point, you'd said, you know, we are listening, this committee is listening, and we're very concerned. I wonder if anyone could speak to that. Could someone stand up and say, you know, what's the right number, and what housing might be, you know, more amenable there? Thank you.
Director Huff, how many lots would be allowed under the R1 if the zoning was not changed? Could you talk to that? And that might help answer, you know, where we are at today, which would be, you know, they would be able to do as of right. So Director Huff, so what is the difference by changing the zoning bylaw?
Thank you, Chair. So this estimate is provided on a very high level. It's based on the area and the frontage of the lands, but staff estimate that there can be a division of the lands into at least 4 to 5 units. And each, however, the zoning bylaw currently in the R1 permits secondary dwelling units as of right in each of those units. But in addition to that, the new legislation introduced by the province of Ontario allows actually 3 units as of right in a single detached dwelling. So if you think about that, there can be up to 15 dwelling units permitted as of right under the current zoning.
Councillor Zavis, does that help you answer your question? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and through you, just for optics, yes, it does. You know, this isn't really a min-max scenario. It's very emotional, but you know, I think it's important with all the factors that are happening in 2025 at 6. We need to look at this. Thank you.
All right, Councillor.
Thank you,
Roberts.
Question through you to Director Huff. There's a couple mentions about parking, and 2 mentions that the application does not fit with the OP. So the first question I have is, does this application as it stands right now fit with our OP?
Director Huff.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So the new official plan does introduce some additional density language for these residential areas that are fully serviced. So it permits low, medium, and high residential densities in all those areas. But for medium density areas, it allows up to 40 dwelling units per acre. That's the direction that we would find now in the official plan. And when we do our zoning update, we'll actually have to change the density requirements or permissions of the RM1 zone to match the new requirements in the OP. So the OP actually directs more dense development in the medium density residential areas and permits medium density residential areas in our urban centers that are on full services.
Second
Roberts?
question, second question. There was concerns of parking from the delegates. And the road right now, it probably falls under standard parking rules of the township. Could there be anything done to sort of put no parking signs in an area? Just food for thought. You don't have to answer this. I'm just saying maybe to alleviate any concerns pertaining to overspill parking within the area. Thank you. That's just a
Director Huff.
sorry, Chair, that was a comment rather than a question.
That's the question. I think we, what are the parking rules around this, and clarify that for our constituents here.
Sure. Thank you. So there is some technical language in the zoning bylaw currently that doesn't allow tandem parking, which is the placement of parking spaces in front of each other. In this particular zoning bylaw, I will say that is somewhat of an unusual approach that I've seen compared to other municipalities. So typically for this type of development, parking would be permitted in a garage and in front of a garage. It's just not permitted in our particular zoning bylaw at this point in time. It's actually also something that we're looking at for an update. 2 parking spaces per each dwelling unit certainly does meet the requirements, though, of the zoning bylaw. And certainly we can look at potentially putting no parking places or signage on the road. That's something a little outside of my jurisdiction, so I'd have to speak to bylaw enforcement staff on that, and roads staff as well.
Is parking allowed on the street today? Night parking?
So
Any
you can,
parking?
yeah, through your chair, through the chair, sorry. I don't believe there are any no parking signs on that street currently, but of course, in the wintertime, you wouldn't be able to park on the street and you'd be subject to our winter parking bylaws.
So it's fair to say you can park on the street in the summer, overnight, but not in the winter.
That's correct.
Thank you. Committee of the Councillor Zavitz, I see you have your hand up again.
Thank you. I'm wondering, based on the discussion about the roadways, is there any TML responsibility here in this subdivision should this development proceed? Are we required to do updated road work or maintenance or whatever to accommodate this development?
Director Huff?
Through the chair. So when we received some of the comments from the public that noted concerns about traffic and road condition, I did have a conversation with our operational staff. This is a local road. Its capacity in terms of how many vehicles it can accommodate per day is 4,000 vehicle trips per day. And so it's, in terms of capacity, of course, design-wise, it's well below that standard. But that's, of course, different than the condition of the road. And it's acknowledged, it may not be in the best condition. And so like any other roads in our township, it would just be subject to improvements or significant improvements as required and as noted in our asset and road maintenance or road condition report that we're getting from our operational staff.
And if I think there might have been a question on servicing. Would we have to extend the servicing lines?
Through the chair, yes, they are. That will be required, and they are working with the district. There'll be an agreement that's required between the applicants and the district for that servicing.
Councillor Mazin.
Thank you. Through you. There was a question regarding stormwater management. I know it's a term that we're quite familiar with, but I just felt it was important to talk about what kind of controls will be put in place and maybe the process to ensure that abutting neighbors aren't impacted.
Director Huff.
Thank you, Chair. So the obligation of a landowner is that when they do a development, they do have to assess the stormwater that is coming onto the property and leaving the property. And so if there's stormwater that's coming on from the property, from neighboring properties, that needs to be accommodated into proposed measures to keep it on the development parcel and then let it flow out in a controlled manner into township ditches and then ultimately into the storm sewers. So that analysis is done by an engineer. It's contained within the stormwater management report. It is reviewed by operational services staff to make sure that that those numbers work and that the proposal will actually function as proposed.
And so would that mean things potentially like slightly deeper ditches to be able to handle more volume of water? I mean, is it that kind of thing that they would be looking at? Not explicitly that, but that sort of thing?
Through the chair, to the chair. Yes, that's correct. I know that the proposal anticipates some rear yard swales to control the flow on the site and then to construct some new municipal ditching in front of the street on Silver Street to allow for a more controlled exit from the site.
Thank you. Committee, further questions? Okay, Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. I'm through you to Ms. Hupp. I'm sort of concerned about the timing with the district. And so we're saying that district has approved this from the funding perspective, because we never used to do that until all the zoning and everything was put in place. So I'm just wondering how it got moved forward, and is there a bigger story to this that I'm missing?
Director Huff.
Thank you, through the chair. So absolutely. What happened is that we are aware, obviously, that there was consultations on this proposal that have been going on. But we found out through a review of an agenda that this development had actually been approved for an affordable housing component with the District of Muskoka before we even had an application submitted. And so, you know, we've worked with the district to, with the housing division to keep them up to date on where we are in the process and to understand, you know, that there's a number of steps that they do need to get and go through once they get that preliminary approval. So I know that they're still ongoing in that phase of the process. And so, you know, throughout that, they've submitted the application and we're working through it. There has been some internal discussions about having some better conversations between the housing division and the local area municipalities on the status of these applications. Certainly this may be a good opportunity to make some improvements to that.
Councillor Nishikawa.
Yeah, I'm just thrown off completely because this is not how we acted from me in the housing at the district since 2010. So I'm just really thrown off, quite frankly, because it feels like it's been determined. But I heard from one of the neighbors a concern about a marsh. And I didn't fully, I mean, I know the area as well, but I didn't really fully understand of how, like, are we really trying to squeeze more into this than what is properly it's suitable for?
Director Huff.
Thank you, through the chair. So the area on the property that's been identified as a wetland, an unevaluated wetland, and largely because of the fact that the biologist believes that a culvert is backed up and water is staying on the property for longer than maybe what it would otherwise be. The proposal includes the rear, upon the development of the property, with the rear swales along and behind the units, as well as the new municipal ditches, there'll be a requirement to essentially reestablish the function of that wet area so that it will be naturalized with wetland vegetation, and it will essentially replicate the function that was on the site before development. It will happen in that same fashion after development, is as proposed by the biologist and the functional service report.
Committee, do we have any other questions? Councillor Edwards.
Yes, thank you. I have some concerns with saying if that's could be broken into 5 lots with 2 accessory buildings. If this was approved, could they put an accessory building on a townhouse?
Director Huff.
Thank you. That's a great question. I can maybe also defer to Ms. Brown on the intentions, but I will say that my understanding is that it is a slab on grade with for 2 stories, which I think would be a challenge to add an extra unit to it. But I would ultimately defer to Ms. Brown on that and her intentions there.
Ms. Huff, though, is it allowed?
Through the chair, technically it is in any single detached dwelling. We really don't have an option there. The province is directed that if something is proposed, then it can be.
But these aren't detached.
So the province's regulations, sorry, through the chair, the province's regulations are for single detached townhomes and I believe semi-detached units. All of those 3 dwelling types are allowed to have up to 3 units in each.
Ms. Brown, would you like to comment about Mr. Brown?
Yes, through you, Chair. No, that would not be our intention at all to have any extra dwelling units with the townhomes.
Okay, thank you. Committee, do we have any other questions here? Director Huff, I have a question. We have a request by the applicant to approve this today. I think it would be very difficult to do that, given that we don't have a resolution, we don't have a proposed bylaw, and we don't have a final staff report with your complete thoughts, given what we've heard today. And I know that's a very important part of our process. What does the timing of this application look like, assuming it followed normal timing? If we could just let everybody know in the room, and particularly the applicant, what that timing might be.
Thank you, Chair. My intent is to bring it back in December. I can't make a commitment 100%, but that would be my intent at this point.
And that would come back to planning, and then a month later, it would go to council for final approval. So we're looking at potentially 2 more months before final approval rather than 1 month. Thank you. Committee, any further questions? And I will read the resolution, which is, everybody knows it's a deferral, but that'll allow us to debate this. Moved by Councillor Kent, seconded by Councillor Mazin. Be it resolved that a decision on zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 27/25 be deferred so that public and agency comments can be received, and that staff be directed to undertake a review and analysis of the submissions with a view to providing a recommendation to Planning Committee on the application. So committee, any debate, discussion on this? Mayor Kelly.
Thank you very much. And through you, I feel compelled to introduce myself the way my neighbors were introducing themselves. I'm Peter Kelly from 8 Bailey Street. I know some of you, I recognize many of you. You may know me as the guy with the really loud lawnmower that tends to keep people from asking me questions about garbage pickup. Anyhow, I want to purposely try to downscale here the stress. And I want to talk to you a little bit about how important a development like this one is, not just to our neighborhood or our community or our province, but our whole country. This country is in a serious shortage of houses. It has a serious shortage of houses. The experts say that in order to hit the target of some sort of equilibrium in the market, where there's generally enough houses to satisfy the demand and the shortage of houses doesn't drive prices up, we need to build somewhere between 480 and 500,000 houses every year in this country. You know that last year, flat out, everybody turned in on all the jets, everybody taking advantage of financing and government order and ADU development, the alternative dwelling unit development, we managed to squeeze out 240,000. So we somehow have to figure out how to double down and come up with twice as many new homes each year for the next 10 years, just to solve the immediate housing crisis that we're in today. And we're in a housing crisis for a lot of reasons, not the least of which is the fact there isn't enough houses in the market, makes the price go way, way up. beyond anybody's ability to afford. It doesn't help that we have, be really careful how I say this, but we have an implosion, or not implosion, but a large number of incoming people coming in here from other countries seeking refuge in our country. We have to put houses up. We have to put people in them. It's a huge, it is, I think, the single largest national crisis that we're in right now. So as a result, you have the feds and you have the province telling the lowly municipalities that we have to do better. We have to work harder. We have to strive. We have to find ways to shortcut. We have to take a lot previously zoned for 1 unit and allow 3 units to be built on it as a matter of right, without even a question or a comment at the podium. So when I hear this or look at this opportunity, the other thing that we have to recognize in this place is we have, a real shortage of service land. We don't have tons of lots available that with sewer and water that we can build on to house anybody. Those of us who live in this neighborhood, are lucky enough to have that, to have no worries about well water or septic tanks for the most part. There's a few that do, including the property that's currently the topic of our discussion. So we need to work hard. We need to dig deep. The other thing we need to know is that Muskoka itself has a real housing crisis. It's impossible for me to believe that there are people in this place that are currently, even in the snow 2 days ago, a half a dozen or 15 people living in cars, living under tarps, living in tents. Now, we can't solve all of those problems, but if we aren't really giving and digging and trying to find a way to fix these things, we're not doing our job. I'm not doing my job. So I chair the Housing Task Force for the District of Muskoka. So that's Huntsville, Bracebridge, Lake of Bays, Gravenhurst, Township of Muskoka Lakes, and Township of Georgian Bay. The housing number of people that are unhoused, that are temporarily sheltered, that are seeking refuge in people's sheds and backyards is absolutely, keeps me awake all night. It really and truly does. There are kids among them. There are families among them. Until recently, until a year ago, Monday, November the 11th of last year, we had a woman living in a car in the parking lot, moving between this parking lot and the parking lot in the arena. 52 years old, no discernible issues that you would think, substance abuse or anything. She just ran out of luck, and she'd been living in her car for 4 months. She was taken in by a family and thankfully had the winter to get herself organized and find an alternate sort of way to live. But this is real and it's here today, and we need to step up and find a way to solve it. Now, the last thing I want to do is sort of target a group of people and say, you gotta solve this problem, because you don't gotta solve anything. We have people who bought the real estate, who have rights to develop that real estate. We've just heard, I forget when that ADU rule came in. It's in the last 12 months, I think. But certainly since the Browns purchased that property, where they had the original right to build 5 units, now they have the right to do 15 or 16 with the 2 rules. So they've come today with a request to build 8. I know Councillor Zavitz asked, if not 8, how many? Well, I'll tell you, I don't know the numbers. I haven't seen the numbers. But I'm going to guess that anything fewer than 8, nothing gets built. Because you got to pay for the bills. You got to pay for the real estate, the development. You got to pay for the hydro. My guess is, having been the chair of the Housing Task Force for the last 3 years, nobody's making any money on these transactions. This is not somebody jumping in, trying to find a way to, fatten their wallet. This is actually probably more giving than it is taking. So with that in mind, a couple of things. There's a right answer here, and we need to find a way in our community to open the doors to people. We can't be put out. We can't have our property flooded because somebody else got stormwater control. Absolutely agree with comments like that. I'm not as concerned about the traffic issue, simply because there's a lot of traffic around here on weekends in the summer, and it never seems to cause that much of a trouble. I don't know how individuals get selected for for occupancy in these things, to rent these things. But, you know, what I would prefer to do instead of try to just say no is try to help all of us do the right thing and find a way to put 8 new families in our neighborhood. 8 new families who want to be here, who are thankful to be here, who will help us celebrate and help us remind ourselves that we can do more and we can do better. It's the least we can do to try and solve this problem. And I don't want to be preachy and I don't want to make this a sermon, but the fact of the matter is the ask, 8 units compared to the 15 that they can probably build as a matter of right, is not a huge ask. It's actually a small win for the neighbors. They could come and do 15 and you wouldn't even know about it till they broke ground, quite frankly, because it wouldn't need, likely wouldn't need, well, it would need rezoning, I guess, but no, wouldn't. So there's nothing. They could have walked in with a plan to do 15 units. So I know we all came here hoping to have this turned down. We're going to defer. We're going to, or I don't know what we're going to defer. We're going to have a vote on deferring. My guess is that we may well defer. It buys us another month. And during that time, maybe we could get together and try to figure out what are the really critical issues that are actually within our control. Things like stormwater management, terrific issue. Some of the other issues that we can talk about, I don't know the parking on the roads. I don't know whether they're allowed or not allowed down there, but maybe we could better understand that if we get a few minutes with the bylaw enforcement. If we can alleviate some of your issues, and if you can help me understand that 8 units is better than 15, 8 units with some advance notice that got, if nothing else, the Browns have done a great job of getting the neighbors together, which is a good thing. Well, let's try to turn that energy into something a little more positive and see if we can figure out things. We can't do pie in the sky stuff, but we can certainly sit down. I'll make myself available. I'm sure anyone else on council, any of the ward councilors will make themselves available. And we can see if we can put together some stuff that is real and actionable and make sense to bridge the gap. The last thing we really want to do is jam 8 new units in there, have people come in and not be welcome, not be looked at as the ones who screwed up the neighborhood. So let me know how I can help. Let me know if we can sit down and have a conversation anytime. I'm happy to do that. We can take stuff back to Director Huff. Some of it I'm sure we'll know we can't change this, we can't fix that, but we can give it a try and see if we can make this a little bit better, a little more palatable for everybody who's affected by it than obviously it is right now. That's it. Thank you.
Councillor Edwards, and then Councillor Roberts.
Yes, thank you. To the chair, maybe to the mayor, you would know this. When you're going to build affordable housing, you probably get your permission for a grant first before you go out and lay it all out and everything else like that, would you not? You wouldn't just build 4 or 8 houses and say, oh, by the way, I'd like, you usually put your application in and it's approved if approved. Is that not right?
Kelly.
Thank you, and through you, and that's a great question, and it was a follow-up to Councillor Nishikawa. I don't know how things were done 10 years ago. I wasn't here 10 years ago, but I can tell you today, having someone interested in developing land that is affordable into affordable housing or into something that it creates more housing stock is pretty valuable commodity. But often, as I mentioned earlier, it's a very thin financial proposition. And things like the grants that might be available from district or even from the province or even from the feds factor into whether or not the thing gets done. And so I'm pretty sure that's why the order may be reversed from where it was 10 years ago.
Yeah, that's what I thought, but thank you for clarifying that.
Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. The one thing to add on the list to think about is, I heard fencing to be an issue. So just one other thing. And the affordable housing has been talked a couple of times about this, but clarity on ensuring that these units stay affordable housing. And then the third part, we just lost my train of thought here, would be, I'll come back to it. Sorry about that.
Mayor Kelly,
Those are 2 good points.
if I might just add to that question on how do we get to maintain that status. I think it's for 20 years.
25, yeah.
25 years, and these will, the plan is to become condominiumized. How do you ensure that the owner sticks to that rule?
Well, it's a bit like bylaw enforcement. It is a real thing and it is absolutely validated. I don't know if it's done like a paper audit or whether they go and speak to the individual tenants or they look for copies of the lease, but it's monitored throughout the entire 25-year period to make sure that the ratio is 80% or no higher than 80% of the going rate for comparable space. That's the qualifier for affordability. And that will be a trigger, my guess is a trigger if they fall out of covenant on that issue, the loan is called.
And Mayor Kelly, does that means that the owner cannot occupy it? It has to be a rental.
I'm going to say, I don't know that for matter of fact, but.
Okay. Councillor Nishikawa.
The owner can occupy it. That's the whole 3-unit thing. The owner can occupy it. That's, but I mostly wanted to point out that this is managed by the district.
Yes.
The municipality has no skin in the game kind of thing. So whoever, but they do have a long track record of essentially managing that same housing that people got grants. And I know that we've actually, in the past, the district has actually reversed that people had to pay back the grant because they weren't using it in the same method. So it's very well monitored at the district, but it's not from this township.
Yeah, I thank you. And that's good to hear. Councillor Roberts.
Sorry for your indulgence. It came back to me. We had Mr. Brown come up and speak that they have no intentions of going to the multiple units on the same property. What about a future owner of the complex?
Director Huff, do you have any comments on that? I mean, I think the answer is they probably have to come to us and get some approval, but I'll get the right answer from you.
Thank you, Chair. So under the provincial ADU rules, if it's a townhouse, if it's a single detached or semi-detached, then they have a right to submit a building permit for an additional unit, and we'd be compelled to approve that building permit. There's nothing that a municipality across the province can do to limit that permission. The province has overrid our zoning controls on that rule.
Mayor Kelly.
Thank you. And I'm not a planner, obviously, but I would have to ask if somebody was to put an ADU in the back of the two middle units, how would you get out of there? You need a helicopter to get in and out of your unit, wouldn't you? Or through the house.
Fair enough. One final question.
Yeah, Corey, I think this is very important. So, and I could be overstepping by suggesting this, but is there something we can do in the design of these units that would curtail any possibility of going to more units on that property?
Thank you for the suggestion. Any other questions, Councillor Nishikawa?
Well, I just wanted to respond to what I observed in the plans. And again, we're talking about slab on grade. So we're not talking about basements or anything. I don't see an opportunity. I can see people renting out a room, but I don't see individual units within those townhomes happening. And I wouldn't be concerned about that particular thing at this time. The addition of units, I think it'll all be just very jam-packed.
Councillor Edwards.
I noticed there's an awful lot of setbacks that they're allowed, like they will be allowed. If they went to build another unit at the back, could we not stop it on setbacks?
Director Huff.
Thank you through the chair. So yeah, there are some provisions in our zoning bylaw. Setbacks, there would be an obligation for an additional parking space for each additional unit. So there are some elements of the zoning bylaw that could have an impact on the viability of that property, but yes.
Committee, any other questions? I have one, there was a concern about the size of the garage and whether it's large enough to take what tends to be fairly common usage of vehicles in the township. I'm not sure who's best. Do you have a comment on that based on the drawings, or do we go to the Browns? Could one of the Browns answer the question on the size of the size of your proposed garage?
Through you, Chair. Yes, the size of the garage is 20 feet long, and the width would be 10 feet, 6.5 inches.
Mr. Brown, do you own a truck?
I do.
And how long is your truck?
It would be just that.
So would it fit? Do you know?
Yeah, it would be tight.
Just, okay, thank you.
And if also prior to the question of yours, Mr. Roberts, on another dwelling, the stormwater management, that design would also probably inhibit another dwelling, just because you would have to alter that and that would stop that. So if that helps at all.
Committee, do we have any more discussion or questions on this application? If not, I'm going to call a question. We're ready to vote? Fair enough. All those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, that's carried. Carried for a deferral. No, it's the next item. I think we probably have time for our next item. It's essentially a fairly straightforward one. Yeah, well, we'll let the house clear and maybe let's take a break. Yeah, 15 minutes. I'll be back at 25 after. Thank you all for coming. Now.
Yeah.
I don't care. As long as I got six, we're going. Are we live? Thank you very much. Right, committee, the next item is another zoning application. It is ZBA 29-25, short with no civic address, and Ms. DeMello is going to tell us about this.
Thank you, Chair Bosworth. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 2925 in the name of Short. The subject lands have no civic address assigned. Next slide, please. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted site plan on page 178 of the agenda package. The subject property is currently vacant. Next slide, please. The purpose of the application is to rezone the subject property from rural commercial RUC1 to rural residential hamlet RURH. This table can be found in the agenda package. Next slide, please. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 22 days in advance of this meeting, and 5 comments have been received to date. Comments from operational services indicate no objection and state that prior to a building permit being obtained, an entrance permit shall be approved and a civic address shall be obtained from the operational services department. Comments from the building division, legislative services, and emergency services indicate no objection, and comments received from the district municipality of Muskoka indicate no objection. Next slide, please. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration and recommend that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 2925 be approved, subject to the property being made subject to site plan control. I have no further comments at this time, and I'm happy to answer any questions from committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mello. I do not have a name for the applicant's agent, but if the applicants are here or there is an agent, are you the owner? Well, come on. Would you like to speak? Well, you don't have to. Yeah, and your address?
Gary Shortsmoney. Right now, actually, I live in London. As soon as this is done, I'm driving back to London.
We do need an address.
9480 Yarmouth Center Road, St. Thomas, Ontario, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Ms. DeMello, we've been in touch with her through emails and stuff, and it's just switching over our commercial lot, which is a bush lot, into residential. We did have it for sale. And every time somebody looked at it and they found it was commercial, they dropped it like a hot potato.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. Do we have anybody wishing to speak either in favor or against this application? Seeing none. Committee, do we have any questions for Mr. Mello or the owner? Moved by Councillor McIntyre, seconded by Councillor Burry. Be it resolved that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 29/25 be approved, subject to the following: that the subject property be made subject to site plan control. Any debate? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. That carries. Those all words are all stuck together. We now are in the planning public meeting section, and we've got a couple of big topics. The first topic is let me get the right place here. I'm on the wrong page. Yeah. First is the report from the Director of Development Services on the comprehensive zoning update on non-waterfront. I think that's you, Director Huff.
Hey, good morning again, Chair and members of Planning Committee. The purpose of this report is to provide an update on the comprehensive zoning bylaw review, specifically for non-waterfront zoning issues, and to get committee's endorsement on the proposed consultation program for that part of the plan. So as you recall, this project is intended to implement the policies of the new 2023 official plan, and we're focusing on the upcoming fall-winter consultation plan for the non-waterfront areas and the recommendations from the consultant, being Nick McDonald of Meridian Consulting. So Mr. McDonald is here and will be presenting as well details on the issues that are to be consulted upon, as well as the consultation program. So next slide, please. So the issues that, the core issues that we're going to be touching on as part of the consultation program are these 6 that we've talked about here. So housing, residential clusters, parking, core commercial and local community areas, agricultural and hunt camps. There's actually 9 identified by Meridian Consulting, and staff are recommending an additional 1 to consult on. I will note at this time that the complex issue of commercial resorts are going to be set aside for the immediate future because it requires some significant background work to be done by staff. And so we'll be doing that work and then coming back to committee at a later date, dealing specifically with that issue. And so if we could get the next slide, please. So 2 of staff's recommendations for this particular report are that in addition to the items flagged by the consultant that we consult with the public on, we add 1 issue to that list, which is home-based businesses. That's because the official plan in 2023 was updated with some additional language about home-based businesses, and we feel it would be an opportune time to update the zoning policies as well and to consult the public on what those policies should be. Next slide, please. The other recommendation from staff is that we slightly modify the consultation program for this component of the zoning bylaw update. And we're suggesting these small amendments based on the success of the program that we had for waterfront issues. So the waterfront consultation program that just happened, unfortunately, we didn't get a lot of take up on the one-on-one conversations with the consultant. And so originally we had proposed 4 days of those one-on-one 15-minute consultation opportunities. We think in light of that they weren't really taken up for the waterfront, that we reduce that to just 2 days of the consultant being available to anybody that wishes to speak. And then the other item is that the online survey for the waterfront issues was very popular, so we'd like to add that to this program. And then finally, we originally anticipated a need for 2 open houses. I think we can scale that back to 1 open house just in light of some trends we're seeing in the engagement of the public. And so ultimately, the purpose of the staff report is really just to provide a high-level summary of the consultant's recommendations. He's going to be here and speak to you more fully on those, but specifically, staff are asking for, number 1, to amend that programs to add home-based businesses, and number 2, to slightly amend the consultation program as well. So with that, I'm open to questions, but I know that Nick McDonald is here to present a more fulsome presentation on the program itself.
Thank you very much. Let's go, I think we can go straight to Mr. McDonald, if that works. Mr. McDonald? All right. Good morning, Mr. McDonald.
Good morning, everyone.
Nice to see you again.
Another beautiful day. Yes, great to see you guys as well too. So I'm here to go through my report on non-waterfront related issues. We'll be getting into the waterfront related issues as a separate item. Ms. Huff provided you with an overview of the issues that we are looking to address and get comments from the public on through a future consultation process. As Ms. Huff indicated, these are the core issues we're going to the public with. There are lots of other little issues that are more on the housekeeping side of things that we'll be addressing through the comprehensive zoning bylaw update. But in our view, they don't really rise to the point of going out and identifying options and getting feedback from the public on them going forward. So that's why she mentioned core issues. So what I'd like to do, and I'm not going to spend too much time on it because the report is here and I'm happy to answer questions, but my report basically describes each of the core issues that Ms. Huff has identified, and they include definition of density, use permissions and resorts, parking in core commercial areas, changing zone standards to support affordable housing. And I gather from the public meeting earlier today, that's certainly going to be of interest to the township. Potential zoning standards for additional dwelling units, again, a discussion item this morning as well. Changing rural zoning categories and minimum lot frontages and areas in accordance with the new official plan, which is a straight conformity issue, but it does mean many properties will have their zoning changed. The zoning of residential clusters, the zoning of local community areas, the zoning to implement the new local agricultural area designation, and again, zoning within community areas as well, which I think is a duplication. And then we added permissions for hunt camps near waterfront area properties. So the balance of my report basically reviews each of those items in some detail, and I will do the same, but not with the same level of detail. So the first one is with definition of density and use permissions in commercial resorts. And as Ms. Huff indicated, this one's fairly complex and will take some time for us to assess in terms of how the zoning bylaw will be amended to implement the new direction in the official plan, particularly the direction related to how long a unit can be occupied by the owner in a plan of condominium setting. So that's something that we're going to need some time to think of. It may require some legal advice as well. But more challenging and perhaps the more time-consuming part of this is that the official plan indicates that the density permissions that apply to the resort properties in the township should be reviewed to determine whether they continue to be appropriate for the resort in question. And on page 3 of my memorandum at the bottom, there is an extract from the current zoning bylaw, which I won't go through, but you'll see that the resort commercial properties in the township have been divided into at least 5 zones. There are other zones for commercial resorts as well, but these are the 5 primary zones. And then each of these zones has very specific density provisions related to the area of the property. To be frank, we're not exactly sure, either myself or at the staff level, what the basis for the density permissions were. So that's something we need to investigate further. But because of the number of resorts in the township, the idea is that we need to look at each of them, figure out exactly what's happening on each property from a unit perspective, a floor area perspective, look at their lot area and determine whether these density permissions are being exceeded, are not being utilized, or are bang on. And once we figure all of that out, we can then figure out what the options are going forward in terms of whether these density changes or density standards should change going forward. A related issue is staff housing, always an issue in the township, and the new official plan requires staff housing in new developments or new resort developments, and of course encourages it with existing resorts. So we need to figure out exactly how to encourage that in new resort areas or with new resort developments, and certainly ideas include exempting staff resort housing from density provisions to make that much more of an incentive, or there may be other options that we explore as well. all of that will be reviewed at the same time and brought back to this committee for a further discussion in the new year. So we are not planning on immediately going out to the public to talk about commercial resorts, and in particular, the density provisions that relate to them, because we want to have the right information to present in the first place. The second item is parking in core commercial areas. The official plan contains some basic policies which talk about parking and which encourage a review of the parking provisions to ensure that they continue to be appropriate. And there is one particular provision that indicates that the township could consider through the bylaw review, and I stress the word could, reduce or eliminate parking requirements for certain uses to provide additional incentives to development within these core commercial areas. So we will be carrying out a review of best practices in other District of Muskoka municipalities to see what they're doing. And of course, we have a whole bunch of best practices ourselves on the basis of our experience, and we'll be putting that all together and going out to the public and getting feedback on whether some of these provisions should change or not. The third item is changing zone standards to support affordable housing. And we've identified in the report a number of ideas based, again, on best practices around reducing zone standards to support additional housing. And examples include removing maximum lot coverage restrictions, reducing front yard, rear yard, interior side yard setbacks, increasing height, reducing landscaping areas, and so on. And these are ideas that we propose to present to the public to get feedback on, keeping in mind that while some of these ideas may work very well in Southern Ontario, they may not work very well in Muskoka, which has way more snow than Southern Ontario. So we will be looking to the other departments at the township to ensure that whatever we're doing isn't creating another problem down the road. So we will be looking at that. The next item is potential zoning standards for additional dwelling units. And I heard parts of the public meeting this morning and the comments that were being made on additional dwelling units. And Ms. Hove is obviously entirely correct. The province has mandated that municipalities permit 2 additional units in addition to the primary unit for every single semi and street townhouse in urban serviced areas. This permission or requirement doesn't apply in rural areas that are not on services. And they have made it very difficult for municipalities to create zone standards that have the effect of prohibiting these units from being established. Having said that, there are still some things we can include in a zoning bylaw to regulate and control additional dwelling units. And of course, parking is a significant control. And while the province mandates that tandem parking spaces are to be required for additional dwelling units, it doesn't mean we have to eliminate parking requirements. So if you think about if someone wants to do, if somebody has a single detached dwelling, they're required 2 spaces and they want to put in 2 additional units, that's 2 additional spaces. If it's 1 space per unit, let's say that's 4 spaces. Some properties are just not physically able to accommodate those 4 spaces. So it's not possible to develop the number of units that are mandated by the province to occur on certain properties. So there are things that we can do in zoning bylaws that do have an effect. Other things that municipalities have done is they have restricted the sizes of the accessory dwelling units such that they are smaller than the primary dwelling unit. They've also put caps on the size of any standalone dwelling unit on the property so that it's not overly large. They've required certain setbacks between main dwellings and the additional dwelling units itself, and made sure that the interior side yard is wide enough for someone to walk through it in case they want to access an additional dwelling unit in a basement or through a side door. What is not on the list of items here, and I think may be of interest, is that some municipalities are putting in access requirements for additional dwelling units itself. So if they are in the back, there has to be a minimum width access area that the fire department and others can use to access an additional dwelling unit in times of emergency. So that's something that we can also consider. So the idea is that we're going to be identifying a number of best practice ideas with respect to regulating this type of development and go out to the public and get their feedback. Changing rural zone categories and minimum lot frontages in areas in accordance with the new official plan. One of the things the new OP did is it standardized the minimum lot area and frontage requirements in the rural area such that the minimum lot area is 2 hectares and the minimum lot frontage is 150 meters. The zoning bylaw, the existing zoning bylaw, has a number of zones that have a whole variety of minimum lot area and lot frontage requirements. So we are proposing on standardizing those requirements and removing some of these zones that apply, in particular the RU2 zone, and creating one zone that applies throughout the entire rural area. Of course, it wouldn't apply to EP areas or OS2 areas, for example, but there would be one zone. So we will be doing a fairly technical mapping exercise, identifying where the zone standards will be changing and where the zoning will be changing. And that mapping will be presented at a future public consultation process. Residential clusters is another thing that we'll be looking at. There are 8 residential clusters within the official plan. The minimum lot area in these clusters is 1 hectare and the minimum lot frontage is 99 meters, 100 meters, essentially. When we looked at the zoning bylaw schedules, these clusters are not all in the same zone, and they should be to reflect the intent of the official plan. So again, we will be making changes as needed within the boundaries of those residential clusters to make sure that they are all zoned correctly. Stressing again that anything zoned EP1, EP1 PW, OS1, OS2, and OS3 will remain as is. And that is the plan. Zoning of local community areas. The community areas have long been identified that's community areas. Sorry, the local community areas, that's a new land use designation that was established through the official plan process. And these are existing commercial and or institutional residential areas with institutional uses, and they include Bent River, Allswater, Ufford, and so on. So we need to now zone these areas in accordance with the official plan and permit the expanded range of uses within these areas. The minimum lot frontage and area is 0.5 hectares and 60 meters. So we will be undertaking a zoning exercise that looks at each of these local community areas and includes them within a new RU5 zone that will apply to these areas. And in my report, you'll see I've included mapping. It's fairly rough, but with the assistance of the District of Muskoka, who is doing the mapping for this project, I've identified the limits of these local community areas. And if you look at them in some detail, you'll see that there are many different zones that apply. The idea is to establish one zone that applies so the standards on every property are the same in these areas. Moving forward to the next item, it's the zoning to implement the local agricultural area designation. This is a new designation that applies to areas that exhibit viable agricultural uses or the site of viable agricultural uses. And there are a number of specific uses in the official plan that are proposed to be permitted in these areas, and they're listed in my report. At the present time, and again, this is a legacy issue we're dealing with, but when the initial zoning bylaw was prepared for the township, virtually every cleared area that was used for agricultural purposes at one point in the past was zoned RU3, and all other lands that were not cleared were zoned RU1 or RU2 or something else. So we now have to look at where the RU3 zone applies and make sure that it only applies in the new local agricultural area designation, because that's a straight implementation of the official plan. And areas that are currently zoned RU3 that are not in that designation will end up being zoned RU1. So that's another mapping exercise that we'll be undertaking. Zoning with community areas. So the community areas in the official plan were divided into separate land use designations, in most cases in a manner that reflected the zoning that applied in these areas. However, there were some changes made in the official plan, and there are a number of properties that are now designated for commercial purposes in all 5 of the local community areas, or sorry, the community areas. And some decisions have to be made on how we actually implement the official plan going forward. So the official plan says it's commercial. There may only be residential uses on the property at the present time. And we will be identifying options in terms of how to deal with that, with those options very simply being, well, we implement the OP right away and we zone all of these new properties as commercial and then wait for site plan applications, or we don't zone the properties right away and we wait for folks to make their own applications to establish commercial zoning, with each of those applications being considered on its own merit. So something that we will be identifying through the public process and looking for public input on. And inside and within my report, there are a number of maps, again, fairly rough, that identify the areas that are now designated for commercial purposes and which are zoned residential in these communities that we need to consider. Hunt camp permissions in the OS2 zone. There are concerns about hunt camp permissions within the OS2 zone adjacent to the waterfront area zones. The rationale for the location of some of the OS2 zones is not 100% clear. However, we're not proposing to modify or eliminate the OS2 zone at this time. And within the OS2 zone, there are permissions for hunt camps. And in some cases, those permissions apply to properties that are adjacent to waterfront area properties. I recognize that this could be a significant issue, but this is only about the permission for hunt camps. It's not in any way intended to deal with hunting, which is a completely different issue and which zoning doesn't deal with in terms of where you can hunt and who can hunt. We're not getting into that. We're just talking about where hunt camps are permitted, to be very clear. And we have some options under consideration, and they include prohibiting OS2 zone properties that are adjacent to waterfront zone properties from being used as on-camp, or establishing setbacks from waterfront areas or the shoreline of lakes for hunt camps going forward. So it applies equally around all lakes. So those are a couple of ideas that we will be looking at and considering. And then the last item on the list, which is not in my report, is the one dealing with home industries, and Ms. Hove has dealt with that issue quite adequately in her report. Mr. Chair, that is my report. Happy to take any comments or questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. McDonald. That's a very fulsome report, as it often is. Committee, there's a lot of material there. Do we have any questions of Mr. McDonald about the process and the issues that were going to be considered for non-waterfront properties? Councillor Nishikawa.
I'm just thinking about through you, and I'm not sure. I've scoured this and I'm looking at people with multiple acres, and we're taking away what I saw. We're taking away rights of those multiple acre people, like we're reducing what we can do. I just want to confirm that, because I really had thought we were going to be more permissible for
Mr. McDonald, did you hear that all right?
I did, but I'm not sure what the context is in terms of taking away rights or adding rights. So perhaps some more detail can be provided so I can respond.
Councillor Nishikawa?
The square footage of outbuildings is one example.
Mr. McDonald? Square footage of outbuildings?
So is that related to the home industry issue? Just so I'm clear, and if it is, perhaps Ms. Huff can answer that question.
Councillor Nishikawa, we're looking for clarification on what your exact concern is.
Well, it could be home occupation, but as well, I will just say, I know a lot of property owners with lots of acreage that need large pieces of equipment to get in and out of their property. Whether you want to call it a home business or just survival, that's a different, situation. But as I'm saying, we didn't have the restrictions. We had just lot coverage restrictions. Now we're being quite specific and saying you can have 1,000 square feet, you can have 2,000 square feet, depending on where your acreage is and that type of thing. That's a difference that we never had in the past.
Mr. McDonald, did that help clarify the concern?
Yes, it does, and I believe it deals with the home industry issue. So again, I'll defer to Ms. Huff on that point.
Ms. Huff, I guess it's yours.
Thank you through the chair. So, and please correct me if I'm going in the wrong direction. So currently, in the home-based business provisions of the existing zoning bylaw, we do limit the floor area for accessory buildings in the rural zones based on the size of the property. So for instance, currently, if a lot is between 1 to 10 acres, the maximum accessory building that can be used for home-based business is 1,000 square feet. And then 10 to 20 acres, it's 1,500 square feet, and 50 plus acres, it's 2,000 square feet. So that's currently the rule that we have now. And certainly that would be something that would be subject to consultation with the public as part of this process. And if the public wishes to keep those sizes, or if they want to change them, either increase them or decrease them, that's something that we can go to the public on.
And does the official plan give any direction to change those rules?
That's something I don't have the tip of my fingers
But
now.
we are going out
Yes.
for consultation on this. Okay. Councillor Mazin.
Thank you, and through you. And I'm not sure, I might be opening up a Pandora's box, but I just feel like this is the moment to ask the question or provide a comment that the activity of what's happening in Huntsville, and I think yesterday you brought this up on the rural lots, is a question I'm getting asked more than once. That's actually quite a bit, and about the change that they are considering. I don't know and understand the consequences to that, other than what I heard yesterday is that would require a change to our official plan if that was something that was even of interest. So I just want to make sure it's on the record now that as you're going through this process and understanding what one of our neighbors is doing, just understand that I'm sure others are getting this question as well, and I don't know what we would want to do with that. So if it needs to be considered at this point and part of our public consultation.
Said another way, we should be aware that neighboring townships are doing different things, and we need to keep that in mind and be able to explain why we're taking whatever course we're having.
So
That.
Thank you, and through you. This one's just specific. It's not just like what's happening in the neighboring facility, or it's a specific application that I keep hearing about, and I suspect the district councilors have more to add because I think it's becoming. I see Councillor Edwards has his hand up, so I just want to make sure that it's being considered or not, and that this is the point that we would bring that up.
Go to Councillor Edwards. Are you going to address this point?
What it was is they have a designation like a rural community. They wanted to go to basically 0.4 hectares, which is 1 acre. Their staff in the district had said no. They want 1 hectare, which is 2.5 acres minimum lot size. It was passed and then it was reversed at council, and now it's still 1 hectare, which is 2.5 acres, because they were finding in certain areas people are having water problems because they can't get enough water from their wells. So that's what was done at the last district meeting.
Ms. Crowder, you had your hand up. Maybe you can.
Through you, Chair. I did have my hand up. It was to speak to Councillor Nishikawa's initial question. So I don't know if you want to carry on the current discussion and.
Councillor Mazin, are you?
I'm just bringing it forward as a comment because this is
Very
the
well.
point. If you're going out to the public, this is something I'm
We need
being
to be
asked
aware of.
now, and I think that's important that we're thinking about it.
Fair enough. Are you on the same topic? Councillor Nishikawa?
What topic?
The topic of the Huntsville, is it Huntsville? Okay, fine.
With respect, I thought we did pass this for Huntsville
Well,
and
It was reversed.
well, I don't think we should be trying to remember what happened in another jurisdiction. I think Councillor Mazin's point is we need to understand what's going on there and have clearly be able to address how ours is different so that we can respond to our consistency. Is that fair, Councillor Mazin?
No, sure.
Ms. Crowder?
Through you, Chair. I was just going to speak to the home-based business situation beforehand and Councillor Nishikawa's question and just clarify that the size restriction that is involved with the home-based businesses would not preclude size restrictions for, say, garages or storage buildings or things of that nature. So the intent is specifically to look at home-based business provisions, and the size restrictions are already in the zoning bylaw to date, but we want to look at the home-based business permissions and tightening that up a little bit as to what constitutes a home-based business and what does not. So just wanted to provide some reassurances that we're not capping the size of a garage or the size of a storage building on rural properties. This is a home-based business specific initiative.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards?
On the home-based business, you're recommending going from 4 to 2. Now, is that over and above the family that are there, the 2, or are the family counted?
Ms. Crowder?
Through you, Chair. Within the report, I believe what you're speaking to is the number of people who can work as part of the home-based business. And today, the bylaw permits that I believe up to 4 individuals who do not reside in the home can partake and be involved in the home-based business. And the idea being put forward is to reduce that to 2 individuals that are not within the home. So that would be people who live elsewhere and are coming to the home.
Okay, supplementary. So anybody that has 4 now would be grandfathered, obviously.
Ms. Crowder?
Through the chair. So I just want to point out, like, the contents of the report is not making recommendations at this point. It's merely identifying some things that we might want to speak to the public about. So reducing it from 4 to 2 isn't necessarily the staff's recommendation on that matter. It's just merely something that we would want to get feedback from the public on. And maybe the direction is to go more than 4 or even less than 2. But certainly zoning, unlike some of the other bylaws, there is some aspects of grandfathering available. And so that would be in effect if we change the rules.
Thank you for that clarification on somewhat, what are we talking about here? Committee, do we have any other questions or comments? Seeing none, let me read the resolution. We can further debate after that. Moved by Councillor Roberts, seconded by Councillor Zavitz. Be it resolved that committee confirm the consultation program for non-waterfront zoning issues as contained in Appendix 1 attached to report DSES 2025-047 with the following modifications. 1, to consult with the public on home-based business zone provisions, and 2, to modify Phase 3B of the work plan as proposed in staff report DSES 2025-47. Is there any further discussion on this resolution? Very well. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. All right, so our next item is along the same topic, the zoning bylaw, but this is for waterfront. We have a request for a public delegation, and that's Miss Ally Brown. So we will do Miss Ally Brown, and the chair of the steering committee, Barb Bridgeman, will be reporting, and then we will go to Nick. So Miss Brown, if you can come up, I think we know your address, but you got 5 minutes.
No volume.
That better? Okay. Alexander Brown on behalf of our Muskoka Stakeholders Association. Dear Chair Bosworth and members of the Planning Committee, regarding the Comprehensive Zoning Bylaw Update November update. Our Muskoka has thoroughly reviewed the staff report, What We Heard report, Appendix 1, and Meridian Planning Memorandum, Water Area Zoning Recommendations, Comprehensive Zoning Bylaw Update Appendix 2, and Appendix 3, the Steering Committee report. The Township requested that the public complete a survey to obtain feedback related to potential changes to the zoning bylaw. The survey was intended to show the desired direction of the public. However, many of the TML staff and consultant recommendations do not support the options supported by the majority of the survey respondents. It's unclear why different options were presented to the public that were not supported by the TML staff or the consultant. It's also noted that a fairly high percentage of survey responses selected other as a recommended option, but the details of these other options were not provided. We believe that the other option should be presented to the public. Our Muskoka can offer the following comments related to the recommendations contained in Staff Report DSES 2025-046. Recommendation issue number 1, recreational floor area of boathouses. Our Muskoka supports option number 2 to allow recreational floor area on the lower level of boathouses, which the majority of survey respondents also supported. We question why RFA in a boathouse was presented as an option to the public when the consultant is of the opinion that it does not represent good planning and would recommend against it, along with staff. During the official plan process, RFA was approved and put in place. Your constituents want you to be creative in allowing RFA, hence why it was put in the OP in the first place. Recommendation issue number 2, height of boathouses. 63% of survey respondents voted to keep the existing height requirement as is. Our Muskoka supports this provision remaining unchanged. Recommendation number 3, location of hot tubs. 56% voted to keep the current requirement as is. Our Muskoka is in support of maintaining the current requirements and supports educating on proper hot tub water disposal. Recommendation number 4, sports courts and recreational surfaces. 51% of survey respondents voted to amend the definition of sports courts and recreational surfaces and provide additional clarity. Our Muskoka supports changes that provide clarity to the bylaw. However, consideration should also be given to the setback of smaller playing surfaces for less intensive activities such as horseshoe, cornhole, or putting. Recommendation number 5, number, height, and location of accessory buildings. 36% of survey respondents voted to keep the current requirement as is. Our Muskoka supports maintaining the current requirements. It's questionable why the survey presented 16 different options to the public. However, a clear majority still selected one option over all the others. This matter arose a few years ago, and the conclusion was that the public wanted definitions for the new buildings to reduce the number of storage buildings, but did not want there to be a specific number restriction. They wanted buildings to be defined and permitted for different uses. Recommendation number 6, cupolas. 55% of survey respondents voted to keep the existing cupolas requirement as is. Our Muskoka supports maintaining the current requirements. Our Muskoka supports the broad dissemination of information to the public regarding the proposed changes to the zoning bylaw and to provide time for residents and ratepayers to assess the changes' potential impacts. Additionally, we advocate for any changes to the bylaw that include clearer provisions, simpler definitions, and limit to the need to obtain the need for planning approvals where there are no impacts. We wish you luck as you discuss these options. Your direction and decisions will impact the future of our community. We would be happy to discuss any of our points further. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. The next will be Ms. Bridgeman. Is she in the waiting room?
No, I'm here, Chair. Good morning.
Is it still morning? Yes, good morning.
Yeah, it is.
Welcome and nice to see you. You have your report as Chair of our Comprehensive Zoning Bylaw Steering Committee.
Okay, thank you.
You have the floor.
Okay, thank you. And
No
Mayor,
time limit.
councillors. Oh, I'm not going right through my report, just to let you know that. But anyway, thank you for having me. I would actually like to begin talking to you with a clarification of the nature of our committee, because we are identified as a steering committee. But the definition of a steering committee, according to the Oxford Dictionary, is a committee that decides on the priorities or order of business of an organization and manages the general course of its operations. That is not what our committee is doing. Part of this is certainly for the people who are listening in today. I always think of who's listening and want to make sure that everybody understands. So our committee really is more of a focus group. And from the Oxford Dictionary, that is a small group of people specially chosen to represent different societal classes, or you could say interest groups within the community, who are asked to discuss and give their opinions about a particular subject. And Mr. McDonald, I believe that is exactly what we were doing for Mr. McDonald. We were giving our opinions, offering options, et cetera, et cetera. So first of all, I would like to thank the township for the composition of the committee. It did draw from different areas of our community, which was really helpful in discussing things. Now, in terms of the committee, our discussions were guided by two key principles. The bylaw review is being conducted through the lens of the township's official plan, and the most relevant guiding principles being protecting the national environment and reducing built form on the waterfront. So we kept that front and center in all of our discussions. The other part was that bylaws have to be enforceable. If a bylaw is not realistically enforceable, then it should not be recommended. And I can tell you we had agreement on that with our committee. I can also tell you that everybody listened, and that would be active listening, taking in the reasoning behind the comments or the thought, and then considering it. So we had very robust discussions. There's no question that having the chief building official as part of our group was extremely helpful. We also had the chief municipal law enforcement officer with us in the beginning, and that was extremely helpful. So I would simply suggest to planning that you invite those two people in for your discussions going forward. I also would like to thank Mr. McDonald for giving the committee leeway. We were more than a focus group. Mr. McDonald asked for our input on other items. Many of them were added to the chart that he has provided to you. He was very interested in hearing other things that we had concerns about. And to that end, we ended up drifting from the bylaws that he had suggested to us, and we got into other areas which would be far better served by either the site plan or the tree alteration bylaws. So that was my food for thought in my report. I'm assuming you've all read it. I'm sure you have. For committee to consider a non-disturbance on a piece of property, so that not in the coverage, but things like sports courts and driveways and everything else are not considered in the coverage, but they can eat into a lot of the natural area of a property. So that was a food for thought that we really wanted to pass on to you. Maybe there's a disturbance of a certain percentage of a property that doesn't get blasted, doesn't get disturbed in building, whatever. So that is that part of it. The other thing is, and I think of you, Councillor Zavitz, because when I was before you in the beginning, I said we would bring you back with votes on these, forgetting that I couldn't do that. And the reason, again, for our public that is listening, is we had 8 people on our committee. 3 of the people on the committee are township councillors from each of our wards. And by law, councillors have to keep an open mind for all information gathered from the public, from discussions, from everywhere before actually voting on particular items. So our 3 councillors could not vote. And so we went ahead with discussing all of this, and what I have attempted to do is in my report is to provide you with all of the relevant comments that we had in our last meeting, which was really the culmination of all of our discussions, and not pursuing areas that weren't enforceable or didn't make sense. So we're hoping I am hoping that when you look at those points, you can certainly consider them in your discussion, that we have been very helpful for your committee and will continue to be as the process continues. So I believe, Chair Bosenworth, that concludes my remarks, and I am certainly here to answer any questions on my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Committee, I will give us a short opportunity to ask questions of Ms. Bridgeman. Of course, we can do that anytime during the upcoming discussion, but do we have any immediate questions to Ms. Bridgeman? Very well. Mr. McDonald, if you can give us your report.
Great. Thank you very much. And I appreciate the comments of Chair Bridgeman from the steering committee. I've been involved in many bylaw exercises, and they always drift, quite frankly, because there's so much to consider and think about in documents like zoning bylaws. And I really do appreciate the efforts of the steering committee in assisting me and township staff in coming to some kind of conclusion and recommendation on what to do with the items we were charged with going out to the public for. So I really appreciate the efforts of the steering committee through this process. And of course, all of the members of the public that participated online, filling out surveys, talking to Donna Hind, or attending these meetings in person. So I appreciate all of that. So the report I've prepared, and there is a cover staff report as well, and of course the steering committee's report too on the same topics. There are basically, let me switch my page over here. Yes, so we are dealing with 6 issues in this report. Recreational floor area has been top of mind for sure in the discussions, so I'll start with that. Height of boathouses, locations for hot tubs, sport courts and recreational surfaces, number, height, and use of accessory buildings, and height of cupolas on boathouses. So I will go through what my recommendations are with respect to these items. And I believe the staff report supports my recommendations. They've added a few things here and there for clarity purposes, which can be expanded upon. And then I think a discussion should ensue and decisions are made. I'd like to stress as well that we haven't even written a new bylaw or prepared bylaw amendment changes or text changes to implement all of this. What we've been doing is talking about the issues and what the direction should be in terms of how a particular zoning issue should be dealt with going forward. I'd like to stress that there will remain lots of time for additional debate down the road on any of the things we're talking about today when we actually get to the point of presenting a bylaw amendment where folks can see the actual wording changes and zone and map changes that we're proposing. And there may be changes of heart when people see that, who knows? So we're really talking about, we're really coming down in this meeting to what the preferred direction is from the perspective of planning committee with my input, staff's input, and the steering committee's input. So I just wanted to put that out there. And if there are any questions about process, Ms. Huff can certainly augment those comments. So I'm going to start with height of boathouses, use of first story for boathouses for recreational floor area. This has certainly consumed lots of time on my part, on the steering committee's part, and on the public's part, and it's all very much appreciated. In my report, I do provide some history in terms of how this idea came about. And quite simply, there were requests through the official plan review process for recreational floor area to be permitted. We presented that at a public meeting. Some concerns were expressed about that permission, and then we changed the wording to say may permit, which has caused all kinds of discussion in terms of what that meant at the time. In my mind, at least, that meant that we were kicking the can down the road to this process to make a determination as to whether recreational floor area should be permitted or not. That's my opinion. Others have different opinions on that. Notwithstanding those opinions, we are where we are, and we did identify a number of options for consideration and then went out to the public to receive feedback on those options. In terms of where I've landed, clearly having additional input from the chief building official has been very helpful through the zoning bylaw review process. It's not something I had access to while we were working on the official plan. And in hindsight, perhaps we should have, to be frank, and about that. But now we've got the benefit of Mr. Snyder's opinions with respect to recreational floor area. And you've all heard what his opinions are, and he's on the line and available today to express those opinions if they need to be expressed again. But his opinion is that if recreational floor area is a consideration in the bottom floor, then that floor area would be considered habitable in accordance with the Ontario Building Code, and all kinds of things then come into effect in terms of requiring fume-proof assemblies to separate this area from other parts of the boathouse, and making sure that the actual floor of that floor area is above the flood elevation. And if you're on Lake Muskoka, then it's even you even have to be higher. So those are two practical issues related to establishing recreational floor area that I think have a significant impact on the desirability of permitting this going forward. And from a planning perspective, there are lots of concerns and have been in very recent memory some significant flooding events in the district. The district is currently updating its flood policies as well, and they will be more restrictive, heads up on that, in terms of what you can and cannot do in waterfront areas. And it generally is not good planning to open the door up even a crack to permit uses that would be considered habitable in flood prone areas. So from a planning perspective, that is something that I have a concern about as well. And then lastly, with respect to recreational floor area, there may be changes in character in terms of how the waterfront areas are used if the recreational floor area permission is added into the zoning bylaw. And the official plan does direct and require us to consider any changes we propose to make on the character of waterfront areas from both a built form, architectural perspective, and from a social perspective, which is noise and light and so on, and adding in permissions for additional types of activities in boathouses may be contrary to that direction. So for all of those reasons, my recommendation to the township is that we do not proceed with permitting recreational floor area within the bottom floor of boathouses, and that further the official plan be amended to remove that permission. Through the public process, we did hear from lots of folks saying they are interested in this type of use, and the township has been in receipt of applications and inquiries about establishing recreational floor area on land, i.e. not in a boathouse. So the thinking is that maybe there's an opportunity to provide some additional guidance on permitting recreational floor area in land-based structures instead, And my report identifies a number of possible conditions under which that could be considered going forward, with those including, for example, restricting the size of recreational floor area in land-based buildings to the maximum permitted for sleeping cabins. We could permit washrooms and utility rooms in these buildings and permit walls around those facilities, but no other walls. And we could consider restricting the maximum number of accessory buildings permitted on a property, which is another item on the list that I'll come back to. So those are things that we could consider going forward if there is planning committee support for that idea. And I would further suggest that given the significance of the issue, and I've got the concurrence of staff on this as well, that if the township or planning committee is interested in proceeding with this kind of permission, that we look to establish it in the official plan first, and within which we can develop some criteria under which this type of activity can be permitted. And then it would make its way into the zoning bylaw through a future process. I'm thinking, Chair, that perhaps I stop there and we discuss each of the items individually, because I can go on for a while with the other topics, and I know this one's quite important. So I'm thinking I stop now and we open it up for discussion.
Mr. McDonald, I fully agree with you. We have 6 items to go through. Each one of them have a resolution, so we're going to deal with them one by one. Because by the time we get to hearing you speak about all 6, I think some of the details might have slipped our mind on point 1. So let's deal with point 1. Committee, we've heard the report from Mr. McDonald. Let's say open it up for questions and see what questions we have. Committee, this is probably the most interesting and contentious one. So let's start your engines, I guess. Councillor Zavitz.
And thank you, and through certainly a hot topic. And so many folks have weighed in, and with lots of experience and people that live here and know Muskoka. So we've been on the water, we've seen it all right up to today in terms of construction techniques and people that are building with some of their own ideas in mind. So I guess I would go to Nick first, if I could have 2 questions. First, Nick, if I might, when you talk about in your recommendation that the RFA should not be permitted within the bottom floor of boathouses, and that our OP should be amended to remove the permission, you're speaking, am I right, specifically to the 2022 OP, the latest OP, and so I guess just a yes, no on that. I mean, you're suggesting that the wording in the existing OP, which is under review, is containing permissions that allow this RFA. Is that correct?
Mr.
Yes,
McDonald?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it might be longer than a yes or no question, but it is, or an answer, sorry. It is the new official plan. The previous official plan did not include any explicit permission for recreational floor area. This is a new thing. This particular permission was not under appeal, but the entire official plan is kind of out there without any status, as Ms. Huff can explain. Yes.
Right, because I appreciate that. Now, I guess second part of my question then, or well, I guess it'll be a question. Pre-2022, and as this thing has come up, you know, I've only been here since 2018, but obviously it's been a hot topic for a long time, much discussed. Up to 2022, when there was a permission, well, I guess permissive language built into the latest OP. Pre that, was an RFA allowed on the ground level of a boathouse on our lakes and rivers?
Mr. McDonald?
In my opinion, no.
Thank you. That's fine.
I think that's all I need to say. It's no.
That's fine. Thank you. And so I guess my final thought on this is, you know, this is happening everywhere. I don't think there's been a boathouse built in my area in the last years, any of the last years, without an RFA. It's like everywhere. And so for For me to put my.
Councillor Zabitz,
Yes.
are you leading up to a question or are we having a discussion here?
Well, I guess my question would be to you, to the township, is how do we enforce, if this were to go through, how would we possibly enforce it when in fact we have been completely unable to do so to today? Thank you.
Thank you. That's a good question. If it wasn't going to get asked, I was going to ask it. So thank you for doing that. Staff, who's best to answer that? I guess it's Director Huff. We can start with you.
Thank you, through your chair. So we'll continue to do what we do. We receive a complaint, we investigate. If we feel that, in the opinion of the bylaw officer, that what's in the boathouse has crossed the line beyond what is otherwise specifically permitted in a boathouse, we do take enforcement action. We do have 2 cases that are in various stages of process and subject to enforcement efforts. That's not to say it's not without its challenges. Certainly, there are other bylaws that we have that are easier to enforce than this one.
I'm sorry. Yep. Sorry. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. But we will just continue to enforce as we have today.
Committee. Oh, sorry. Councillor Kent. Thank you.
Thank you. On the subject of enforcement, Director Huff, I guess what would be of interest to me, I guess, is would you not try to put provisions in, if I have to phrase this as a question, per Councillor Bosenworth, would you not try to put provisions in that say there has to be, and I know it's mentioned here, a certain amount of open water? My worry is people filling in slips and that becoming a post-approval sort of problem, which I've seen again and again and again. And you require that the X percentage of the boathouse is filled up with open water. And I know that's mentioned, but any other those kinds of metrics would keep you from having ongoing bylaw supervision. I find that to be an unattainable way of managing a problem. I think having complaints come in, sending bylaw out there, then fighting with them, and then having to have them reverse what they might have done, to be an unmanageable way of dealing with a problem. And I know that's why you've come up with certain recommendations related to the accessory buildings later on. It becomes less of it works better from the bylaw problem. So I'm trying to say, what would you put in? I support the recommendation, by the way. What would you put in to try to make this less of a bylaw ongoing problem to restrict this?
So let me parse that out. I think there was 2 questions there. One is for Mr. McDonald. There was extensive discussion on the possibilities of putting in the bylaw some requirements for open space slips and limitations on the other areas. So if you might comment on that. And then Director Huff, there was some, Councillor Kent raised some issues that might make enforceability more difficult, and perhaps you could expand on some of those. So we'll go Mr. McDonald first.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. So there was lots of discussion around the steering committee table about putting in a restriction on open to water below. Members of the committee also provided great examples of boathouses and how they've been designed, and number of slips and width of slips and so on. And generally speaking, the range was about 40 to 45% in the examples provided. So we did talk about including that kind of restriction in the bylaw. I guess why I'm not recommending it is because we're not proceeding with recreational floor area. So there isn't a need to sort of put that restriction in, because it was only being discussed as a way to restrict the size of recreational floor area, if you follow that logic. Having said all of that, if there is a desire on the part of Planning Committee for us to explore this and include a provision in the bylaw, we can do that irrespective of the direction the township's taking with respect to recreational floor area. So we're open to that. We're always mindful about putting in new restrictions because we've got lots of boathouses. There's 6,000 boathouses on the 3 big lakes in the township. That's a lot of boathouses. And I'm always mindful about including restrictions in the bylaw that may lead to more minor variances down the road. So we'd want to study that a little more if we were going down that road, but we're certainly open to there being direction from planning committee for us to consider that further.
And Mr. McDonald, if committee did want to consider having some restrictions on the amount or the necessity for open water in a boathouse, do we need to include that in under the topic of recreational use on the first floor? Do we need to include that in our public outreach now? And is that something we should add, or is that something we can do as a committee later without having to consult the public?
I think the simple answer, Mr. Chair, is I don't think we need to go back now out to the public to consult on that. There will be additional consultation opportunities through the next year when we will be presenting drafts of amendments to the bylaw, at which time, if there is direction from the committee to include something on open the water below, it would be included, and there would be public meetings that folks can come to and speak their mind.
Thank you very much.
Can I ask one question, Councillor Bosworth, on that?
Yes.
My concern. Sorry.
Yeah,
My concern with not putting it in is that you're actually just setting yourself up for bad behavior. And that's, and I'm just saying, I think that you, by putting it in, you eliminate ongoing problems.
Councillor Kent, Mr. McDonald said we can put it in. My question was, do we need to put it in and have it as part of this discussion? So the answer is absolutely. We can open it up later in the process and add that in, but we don't need to add it to the list of the public discussion that we're going out for now. So the second part of the question was a little more expanded explanation on the enforceability of some of the issues Councillor Kent raised. Director Huff, if you can help us.
Thank you, through chairs. So I think it's just simply when bylaw enforcement staff attend a property, it's just determining what aspects are in that boathouse that are related to marine storage, what aspects are beyond that, what are fish cleaning stations versus something else that crosses more towards a full kitchen. It's those kinds of things that the bylaw officer needs to go in and make an assessment on and determine if the room is in fact habitable. And that's the threshold.
And on the issue of boat slips that get filled in after the fact?
Thank you. So it's my understanding, and I know the chief building official is here as well, is that that typically requires a permit to, and actually, you know, I'm just going to punt that one over to the CBO. I don't, in case I'm wrong on that. Thank you.
Our CBO, you have the floor.
Thank you, and through you. I think the consideration of adding bylaw provisions or zoning bylaw provisions that define or limit the deck area within a boathouse would allow staff to review, and if not in compliance with that, those provisions implemented, we wouldn't be in a position to issue a permit. If, as suggested, someone were to later fill in a slip that was permitted, that would be not only a bylaw enforcement issue, but also a building code enforcement issue. And that would allow us to take action, which just helps to expand that enforcement ability and helps to provide my team staff or my team an opportunity to evaluate what's being reviewed. At Current, if someone were to make an application for a boathouse without a slip, that is compliant with the zoning bylaw, and I would be obligated to issue a permit for said boathouse. that opens the door to misuse and limits the enforcement action to bylaw enforcement action and not building code enforcement action. I hope that helps to add a little clarity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Snyder. I think it does. Mayor Kelly, you had your hand up.
Thank you, and through you. I just had a quick question for Chair Bridgeman, whether the committee had, as part of the enforcement question, I'm just back up one bit. Construction of boathouses, I would suggest, is almost never a DIY project. So by any chance, has any thought been given to licensing boathouse contractors such that their licenses are at risk if they contribute to the breach of no recreational space bylaw?
Ms. Bridgeman?
Chair, through you. No, Mayor Kelly, that was not contemplated at all within our committee in terms of licensing contractors. We didn't go there.
Committee, I'm going to ask your permission for something. We have present with us Mr. Mr. Donaldson, who was a member of the steering committee, and he was a very active contributor and a very thoughtful contributor. And he is asked to talk for a minute or two on his views on this. And from a procedural point of view, I need to get your permission to do that. Can we just sort of have a just general, I would encourage it, frankly. Okay. Mr. Donaldson, welcome. And again, I've thanked you numerous times for your contributions. So I will thank you again for this one.
Perfect. Is this on? Do I have to do anything?
Is it on, folks?
Sounds like it. Yeah, I just wanted to stand up to make it clear, because I know it was fairly public that I was part of the steering committee, and I feel as though I have to be clear on the fact that my opinions are in complete objection to Mr. McDonald's in every single one of these 6 points. I felt as though in our committee, his stance on this was the general consensus of the entire committee. But amongst further conversation, people were much more open to, a different alternative, a different solution, whatever the case. And it really felt like we were making good progress as to how do we actually address the problems that we have, not just clamp down on every single thing and make, things harder and more difficult for people to get what they want. And sorry, I skipped this very important part. Sean Donaldson, Muskoka Lumber, 3687 Highway 118 West. A little bit about Muskoka Lumber. We have 1,000 active contractor accounts in a given year. We submit more building permits in this township than any other company. We have a very thorough understanding of what people in your, constituent basis are looking for. I get told by some of you counselors that my opinions are of the minority. I have yet to see evidence of that. When the public is polled, when a vote goes out and people get surveyed, the survey comes back with similarly aligned views as mine, but yet I get told that my views are of the minority. So again, if we're going to take that stance, can I please get some substantiation to that? Yeah, I feel like, if you reflect on who it is that you're hearing from as individual counselors, would their views similarly align to yours because they run in your circles? They are in a similar stage of life as you. They have similar economic backgrounds as you. Or is it really that you have a very thorough understanding of what the public is looking for? For Mr. McDonald to bring forward that there are 6,000 boathouses, and yet we have 1,000 active contractor accounts, I would say I have a pretty good understanding of where the work is being done, and who the work is being done for, and what these people are asking for. And again, the public has spoken. The survey that, in my opinion, was very biased and tried to lead the public a very certain direction, you didn't even get that answer then. So that's all I had to say. I don't stand with where the committee has gone. And so further context to where, I felt like conversation was going, well, and that people were open-minded. When in our last meeting, when Nick had come back with all of his suggestions, it really felt like the entire committee was, well, this is written down, so we're here now. I guess I'll vote in favor of this. That is my firm belief. may not be entirely accurate, may be biased myself, but yeah, that's where I stand. So thanks for your time. Appreciate it. Thanks, Rob.
Committee, do you have any questions for Mr. McDonald? Mr. Donaldson, sorry. Thank you, Sean. Committee, any further discussion on this item? Sorry, questions. All right. Mayor Kelly, did you have your hand? No. I'm going to read the question so that we can have a wholesome discussion. Moved by Councillor Zavitz, seconded by Councillor Mazin. Be it resolved that committee direct that the first draft of the zoning bylaw amendment contain no new provisions that would permit recreational floor area in boathouses, and that staff be directed to initiate an amendment to the official plan to clarify this direction in section L 15.3 on RFA in boathouses. Committee, do we have some discussion on this? Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. Through you, maybe to you, without me going through, could I confirm what recreational use of a boathouse? Is it quite specific? So for instance, if you choose to have just a whole open floor area, you don't have a lot of furniture, it's your boats are your number one per reason, and the storage, whatever else comes with that, which often doesn't mean that slips will be open or closed. Like, it's a whole different construction topic, and I'm trying to get my head wrapped around what we're actually trying to put in place.
Councillor Nishikawa, I think that's an excellent question. It's one that goes through my mind, and so we have your question, but let me just expand on it a little bit, and we'll get Mr. McDonald's opinion on this, and then maybe Director Huff's as well. It is often equated that recreational use floor area in a boathouse is similar to recreation use on a dock. In other words, you like to sit out in the sun and be near the water while you're swimming or doing your boating activities. And the argument goes, well, why can't you do that same activity on the interior? And where I find the gap is, and my question is to Mr. McDonald, how do you define something that is aligned with recreation that you might do on the dock that you do inside versus the recreation that we see, which is upholstered furniture, fireplaces, TVs, full bars, full complete, very fancy bars, rugs. There's a disconnect between a simple recreational use and one that actually looks like a living room. And so I turn to Mr. McDonald, and on that expanded question, what are your thoughts on that?
We might need a whole day for that one, but that's one of the challenges we have. The current bylaw expressly permits a boathouse. It permits the boathouse to be used for marine storage and marine related activities. There's a permission for a washroom, a utility room, and a sauna, and there are restrictions on the size of that. There are also related permissions for sun shelters on docks that people can take advantage of. And if you have a larger property, you have the permission for a sleeping cabin on the second floor. And if you have even a larger property beyond that, you can put a covered area on top of your boathouse. I mean, that kind of summarizes what you can do. What we're recommending is that we don't change any of that. We leave the status quo as is. And if there is someone who does go beyond what those permissions are in the bottom floor of a boathouse, that becomes an enforcement issue. Where that line gets drawn and how that gets drawn is not my call to make. That's bylaw enforcement's call to make. And I'm sure Mr. Snyder can provide some additional assistance to you on that. So that's what we're recommending. We're recommending leave it status quo. Let's not open the door in any way for recreational floor area, and let that be an enforcement issue going forward. And there may be circumstances where it doesn't meet that threshold of enforcement, and there may be circumstances where it does. And that's where I stop and I turn that back over to Director Huff and Mr. Snyder to deal with enforcement.
Director Huff, you've already had some comments on this. Is there anything more you'd like to add?
I see Ms. Crowder has some.
Ms. Crowder.
Thank you, Chair, through you. Yes, so the current zoning bylaw stipulates what's permitted within a boathouse. And it includes things like the berthing and sheltering of boats or other marine related equipment, washroom, utility room, things of that nature. And they're specified here. But then when you go to the definition of a boathouse, it's similarly aligned, but I'm finding that we don't have any kind of definition for marine related equipment. And on the surface, that may seem very straightforward, but we do have a lot of people who come to us and state, well, my couch is related to marine related uses, and my TV I use to look at the forecast to know what the weather is going to be like for my boating. And the arguments kind of go on and on from there. So I do see some value in, if this committee decides to go the route as recommended by Mr. McDonald, in further looking at those definitions and clarifying what exactly is and is not permitted within those uses. And I would just state that in our cases of bylaw enforcement, they haven't been cases where somebody has a chair in their boathouse and therefore we're coming after them. They've been cases where there's extensive permanent couches and TVs and fireplaces and bars and, really elaborate development that's been going on. And I think that the key component to enforcement in this case would be amending the official plan to make it clear what the stance is on RFA, potentially including a definition of what RFA is. And in that case, whenever decisions come forward to OLT, we have that official plan policy basis. Because when you go to the OLT, it's based on official plan conformity, not really the zoning bylaw. So I just wanted to add those comments.
So you're suggesting that if there was support for RFA, you would suggest some stringent definitions of it so that it would become easier to enforce.
Through you, Chair. I think that if committee went that direction, then absolutely you would need to include a definition of what exactly RFA was. But I think also to the fact, if RFA is not permitted, I think we could look at the definitions that are currently in the zoning bylaw and the official plan as to what is permitted within a boathouse. Because right now the language is a bit broad, and that makes it really difficult when enforcement comes to look and see, well, is this permitted? Is it not? And the arguments ensue from there.
So either way, improved definition of that marine use or RFA would be
that would be my recommendation. Yes.
Mr. Snyder, you had your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I wanted to expand on that a little bit and some of the previous comments of Mr. McDonald and I think some committee members and maybe Ms. Huff. Obviously, I appreciate that the intention of this meeting is to review the zoning bylaw update and the proposals by Mr. McDonald. But I think in part consideration by myself is that the zoning bylaw becomes part of applicable law as defined by the building code and other regulation. And we're discussing the permissible use of the lower level of a boathouse, which also is spoken to in other regulations, such as the building code, such as MNRF legislations that identify the permissive use of marine-related storage on the lower level of a boathouse. It is not limited to that explicitly, but when you do expand beyond that marine-related storage, there's requirement for a land use permit and other processes that engage. And that's one thing that I hope, or I guess that I wanted to express to committee, as well as considering those things and the the public wish or desire for this recreational floor space in a lower level of a boathouse means the application. And I guess I'm saying this to provide some clarity around my comments that have been referenced today and in previous meetings, that the recreational floor area, whether considered habitable or not habitable from a building code perspective, would be a different occupancy than the boat storage space within the boathouse. And the building code would require that proper separation be provided between those things. And I don't think I have had the opportunity to succinctly say that before committee in some of these conversations. And I thought it pertinent to provide that context. When applying then those rules of the building code, there are obviously technical applications to the building itself, which would have or should have perhaps, and I'll direct that to staff, maybe planning staff, implications on the, if considering approval, implications on other provisions that would need to be considered in the zoning bylaw to allow for that recreational floor area if committee was leaning in that direction. And I think that hasn't been discussed at any length, and I just wanted to express that, and I'm sorry if that was rambling.
No, thank you. Before I move on, I'd like to give Mr. McDonald an opportunity to, if he would like to reply to some of Mr. Donaldson's comments.
Sure. I guess
only if you'd like to.
I can say a few things, and very quickly, the role of the steering committee, in my view, was to provide a forum for different voices to have a discussion about the issues that we were considering. And I think that Chair Bridgeman did a great job in running that committee and then summarizing what the committee's thoughts were. I would note that the steering committee did not vote, at least to the best of my knowledge. There was an attempt at getting consensus, and where consensus wasn't obtained, then Chair Bridgeman said, hey, other voices said this, and so on. And that's what the role of the committee was and continues to be, and will continue to be throughout the next year as we consult with that committee on bylaw issues. My role is I'm a professional land use planner, and my role is to make recommendations that I feel are in the best interest of the township based on my planning experience. So there were other voices at the steering committee meetings for sure, and all of those voices have been certainly considered in my recommendations and in Ms. Bridgman's summary of the meeting events. So I still think that the steering committee process was very valuable, and I really did appreciate Mr. Donaldson's comments, technical comments in particular, regarding what is actually happening on the shoreline. And I guess, you know, what everybody wants to do doesn't make it right. And that's kind of what we're talking about here, is whether we should be permitting something that is not permitted currently in the bottom floor of boathouses. And that's really what we're debating. Sometimes we've got to tell folks that, no, you can't do that on your property, and there are reasons for that. And that's what we're having a conversation about. So thanks for that opportunity, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, and through you, and certainly to exactly what Nick has said. I'm sitting here, you know, just kind of jumping around in my chair because I do, you know, back to what Sean said earlier, Mr. Donaldson said that he knows what his customers want. His customers clearly, I think, in relation, want RFA in their boathouses, because it's what I see everywhere on the lakes. in terms of any new build or even revised builds, they're doing it. So, I think it's important that we don't sit on our hands here. I think that we need, here we are discussing it. We need more discussion on this. I think we need, as Ms. Carter said, we need definitions. I think included in here. I think it's very important. We all have an idea of what RFA is. I heard you describe it. I heard, Councillor Kent describe it. I heard Nick describe it. I heard others describe. It's all different to all of us because it's what we see in and around where we habitate, on the lakes. So my point is, for us to just, as a committee member, I'm going to have a hard time putting my hand up voting for this recommendation, just because I'm a realist. I'm 70 years old. I'm driving around. They're everywhere, and yet we're saying no. And in 2025, we're saying no. And yet it's real, and it's so real. It's crazy. We could never have the bylaw people in enough of them to get around and give 67 tickets on in my little part of Lake Muskoka. So I think at very least we need definitions in here. And I'm wondering why that wasn't ever discussed or brought forward. I guess perhaps to form that into a question.
Mayor Kelly, you have a comment.
Thank you, and through you, I guess just a bigger context. If our role here is to simply take a poll, we could do that with one person. We could hit our targets for budget increased on taxes because you wouldn't need any input. You wouldn't need any thought. It'd simply just count heads. If our role here was to take a poll of popularity, then we had a file this morning involving potential development of 8 units in Port Carling. The room was clearly against it, and it would have been easy. Would have saved time. We'd be off having lunch now. That's not our job. It's not our role. Hopefully that's not our role. There's a much bigger decision to be made here about use, about appropriate use, about environmental issues. This is not just simply counting heads. This is, if it is about counting heads, I think at least most of this council probably has better things to do. So I would urge everybody to keep an open mind. This is not about popularity contests. This is not anything of the sort. This is about, taking the information in from different sides and trying to synthesize it. I think taking polls is useful to understanding the whole realm of possible answers. But if there's a right answer, it isn't going to be discovered by 8 people with their hands up.
Councillor Burry.
Thank you. I'm going to just take the mayor's comments a little further. We have 2 issues here. One is the bylaw. One's the official plan. The other part is enforcement. They are separate decisions. We can't bundle them together. We're not capable of doing that as humans. So we have 2 issues. If we make the decision, whatever the decision may be, around the official plan, we make that and then deal with the ramifications and the repercussions after. I don't think you have the tail wagging the dog. Say, oh, well, we can't do that because we've got too many people that have done it illegally. I own property with my wife in a UNESCO heritage site a little farther east from here. There are no boathouses. The boathouses that are on the Big Rideau Lake are grandfathered from 100 years ago. And you know what they have? They have the boat, which lets you get to your island. And it's a UNESCO heritage site. They take it very seriously. So do we take ours, land and our water, seriously? It's I think, a question we need to ask. Many of these recreational places were installed by people who knew full well they were breaking the law at the time that they were doing it. They had very elaborate ideas about what they would call it, and having an 80-inch screen TV to tell what the weather's going to be like, when we know full well what the weather's going to be like. You look to the west and that's what's coming. I mean, it's a pretty, I think it's very clever. But let's be serious. We're dealing with the planning piece here, not bylaw enforcement. So let's deal with the plan and understand what we want to do about recreational floor area in a boathouse. It's called a boathouse, not a recreational house on the lake. And let's figure out what we want to do with it. I think we've got some very good consultants. We've got some very good advice. And just because several councils before us were blind.
I take exception to
Let's be
Okay.
respectful of previous council.
Okay,
please.
Nothing was done. Right? I don't know how you call that, but there were several councils that did nothing, knew about it and did nothing. So
let's not deal too much with history, please.
Well, the history is how we got here.
Yeah.
I mean, the history is factual. It is how we got here. So let's deal with where we are today, which is two issues: the plan and then what we have to do about enforcement after.
Director Huff, could you, within the process, we are, sorry?
Councillor Kent's had her hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Councillor Kent, I did not see your hand up. The light's shining on the screen. So you go ahead, please. No, we can't hear you yet.
Sorry, there you are. I had a little trouble with my unmuting. I didn't mean to jump in before you. It doesn't matter to me. I was just going to make a comment. History is history. On this matter, I don't think it's good news that we have this problem of people having violated the rules and built as it is. My issue becomes when you listen to Barbara Bridgeman speak at the beginning. The two considerations were built form on the water, and I forget what the second one was. But built form to me, you can't say that people sitting on the dock with a television and their drinks and their chairs and their couches having a party is built form, but it is intrusive on the environment and the community around them. And I think that to some degree, I put that into built form because it is is something that I think needs to be considered in that it is outside of the definite, people have the right to do what they want to do, but when it starts intruding on the lake and the environment and the community, I think it becomes a separate issue. And so I just want to raise that I'd like to see it as sort of a consideration when we make the decision to go one way or another. Personally, I think it is an intrusion. The fact that it's been done in the past illegally is not something we're going to have to deal with down the road, but that doesn't mean we should allow it going forward. And the places that have been able to preserve the quality and integrity of their community, like Tremblant, the Hampton, certain places that have very strict rules, have had to put in place rules that people don't like. And they've been able to preserve the integrity of the built form and what it actually looks like. The Halliburton, no boathouses. There are lots of reasons why they've done that, but rules that are unpopular with the current new building owners are not necessarily what preserves the value and integrity of the community. So I know that wasn't a question, that was just a comment.
No, we're in comment time anyway. Councillor Mazin.
Two quick questions, please. First of all, I just want to confirm that staff is recommending that we proceed in the recommendation as you've suggested here today, based upon this is your professional planning opinion? Okay, thank you. The second thing in the staff report, as far as next steps, I just read that it says endorsement by our planning committee at this point is in the process is intended only to provide direction to staff and does not constitute an approval. I just wanted to confirm that. So what would be the next steps then after this?
Thank you, through the chair. So we'll receive direction from committee today, and we will use that to start drafting the zoning bylaw amendment. We will flush that zoning bylaw amendment out based on that direction. So, we will add definitions. We can consider adding the open to below provisions in addition to whatever direction that we're receiving today. We're just here to get direction. Then we're going to draft an amended bylaw. That's the first version of a draft bylaw, and that will come all together after we get through all of the consultation pieces, but then it will be presented to the public
for discussion, for consultation, for feedback at several different stages. So we expect there'll be several iterations of that draft based on the feedback we get from the public, because it's really important to see the draft and how all of the provisions work together or sometimes don't work together. So then we have to continue to make revisions. And so it won't be until months from now before we get to a point where it's actually a more final draft. We have the statutory public meeting, another key consultation point, and then it can be even further revised before it's presented for final approval by council. So we have a long road to go until we get to a approval decision at this point.
And if I could add a secondary question on that. Through that process, could we change our position from not allowing to allowing with some restrictions?
The chair, absolutely. At any point in time, any of these provisions can be either completely amended. You can do 180s, we can tweak things, we are at your disposal and take your direction throughout the entire process.
Thank you, Ms. Crowder.
Thank you, Chair. Just to add on to Director Huff, on this specific item, they would also give the direction to staff to initiate the official plan amendment to implement the recommendation put forth today with respect to recreational floor area.
Councillor Nishikawa. I think I saw a hand going up. Hesitantly.
Well, a few things through you. First of all, I have to say this. It's not a given that everybody's doing it, because quite honestly, as a builder of boathouses, I've been very, very grateful for the clients that I have built for that follow the rules. And in fact, they follow the rules. We won't build if they don't. So I really take offense to, and I would say in a whole area of Lake Muskoka that have not done this. And so to say that it's just a given that everybody's doing it, and to keep reiterating everybody's doing it is wrong. I just don't think we should make those kind of comments because it's not factual unless there's facts that I'm not aware of. But I just find that very offensive to others that have actually done the good and ensure that the good is being done. Where I was going initially about the floor area of a boathouse, currently applications on its way. The new lifts create a solid surface. And there's a whole different conversation about that. Certainly it's been an education curve for me over the last few years of how seamless this whole thing can be. But also listening to the clients with little babies, for instance, and so they might not get their boat delivered until the end of June, but they're at the cottage at the end of March. They might put their boat away at the beginning of September, but they're still at the cottage so I just don't know how that whole floor area gets looked at. And that's why I was looking for some definitions, because in fact, it will be a whole solid surface when the boats are not stored there. So there's some of those things that I think I find it challenging to vote today, quite honestly, because I feel like there's missing information, and I don't want it to be observed that, I'm all in favor, because I am not. And that's why I'm finding it challenging.
Well, I think Director Huff made it very clear that this is the beginning of the road, and items like the one you just read are something we almost forgot about, but it's a very important item. It is a trend that's coming to us. So it doesn't mean that we cannot consider those things and change direction quite significantly moving on. So I'm just encouraging that from a vote point of view.
My concern was more about what Ms. Crowder added, because now we can complete, and I didn't think that we were there yet.
I see what you're saying. Councillor Edwards.
Yes. The recommendation, as I said, can be changed after. I would leave it with staff and the planning and the steering committee, and I'd like to call the vote.
Volume is gone.
Not talking.
It's a conference with the clerk.
Is there?
Councillor Ed, was that in a formal request to call a vote?
Okay.
All right.
Sorry, we've been going over this for half an hour. I don't think it's going to change too many votes, so I'd like to have it either yes or no.
Committee, before we call votes, is there any proposed amendments to the resolution? Okay. All right, I'm going to call the vote. I think we were, Councillor Kent, are you voting or you got a question?
I assume you're going to put in those over time. We're going to put in, if we do proceed with this recommendation, that you're going to put in these definitions and restrictions that we talked about, or some of them are going to be reviewed and included as Director Huff mentioned.
It is not, it's not in the resolution. I look to staff to decide whether we should put it in or whether those clarifications and definitions are something that will be given strong consideration without it being in the resolution. Director Huff.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'm of the opinion that we don't need necessarily to include that in the resolution. Staff have heard the discussion. We intend to flesh out those provisions beyond just specifically what's in there. So we can certainly look at definitions and all those items brought forward today.
Are you happy with that, Councillor Kent? All right, so no amendments. I am going to call the Mayor Kelly.
I would like to just go on the record, if I could, please, through you. While I understand the procedure to call a vote is perfectly legitimate, if we think we're going to get through this issue and break it off and end discussion, this is one of the most serious issues we're going to have to deal with. And I quite frankly would, Councillor Edwards has a right to call the vote. I just think it's unfortunate that this doesn't get a complete debate and a full debate. We have clear division of opinion. We have clear different expectations, and we're going to call the vote because we've already talked for half an hour.
Excuse me, Chair. If you want more discussion, I will remove that then. And that.
Thank you.
It just seems that we've been talking around in circles on it, and there will be more input from the public on this. It's not the final say on it, but if there's other comments, go ahead.
I ask committee, do we have any further discussion? Mayor Kelly?
Excuse me, sorry, through you. I was just going to pick up on something that Councillor Nishikawa said, and that is about definitions. One of the things that we have seen, and I've been amazed at some like sort of creative explanations for things that are, nautical and marine related, boat related. One of the things that we're clearly going to have to, I'm not the first to think of this, I guarantee you, I've heard this from someone else. There is, it would be impossible to prescribe a law that would prevent us from, for instance, sitting in our boat or on our boat and having sofas and comfortable chairs and electronic equipment on the boat to entertain us while we were sitting there. And it's not too big a stretch to imagine that somebody could craft a bit of a barge that kind of fit nice and tightly into the slip and be moored there with couches and sofas and rugs on it. So whatever we do to define this activity that is being prescribed needs to come into, needs to be able to anticipate, something like that, which quite frankly would solve, would be, well, it would be a vessel, and it would be a vessel upon which you could tie it up in your boathouse and carry on as you will. And quite frankly, I'll be surprised if we don't find some of them already set up that way.
I think what you said, this is just gets more and more complex the more you think about it. Councillor Mazin.
Thank you, and through you. And just for my own clarification, as we go through this process and we're looking to refine definitions, and we're looking specifically, I think, at things like built form. One of the things that I think I read in somewhere in this report was the discussion around the fish stations as well. Or was that something that was discussed? And is that something to be considered? It's a bit of a gateway to opening up for the kitchens when you have a fish station on the interior of a boathouse. So I'm just curious on that. Is that going to be part of this next step?
Director Huff.
Thank you, Chair. We did discuss fish cleaning stations at the meeting. I think that would be something that we would like to receive committee direction from if there is an intention or a desire to remove fish cleaning stations. Or I'll have to say, we'll have to amend some definitions to make it clear that what fish cleaning stations are and where they would be. And it would also have some implications, I think, on the chief buildings officials issuing of building permits.
Perhaps I could ask the question if I could. Was this something that was discussed during the steering committees? This is just one area that I'm just curious on because I've read it sometimes throughout our report. And it's a built form piece, so maybe Chair Bridgeman or
Ms. Bridgeman, what are your recollection on this?
Thank you, Chair Bosenworth. Yes, it was discussed briefly, and it was brought up that I believe it's under the provincial legislation that fish cleaning stations are not defined as marine objects, so they actually are not automatically included in what a boathouse would be allowed to have. And the other discussion was that a true fish cleaning station is very different than what you're seeing in the boathouses now. And perhaps they could have their own very small room or be part of a bathroom. I mean, there's different options for it, but they could be removed from the main area. So, but the main point was that it is not an automatic, they're allowed under the provincial laws. I think that was it as far as we discussed it. It wasn't a long discussion, but it was part of it.
Councillor Mazin.
Thank you, and through you. And I think this is probably picking up on why Mayor Kelly had suggested we needed some further conversation, because I just need to understand from a process standpoint, as somebody who was not on the committee, I'm trying to read through all these reports. We're trying to get it right. I'm listening to people from the building community who are building these things that I would want to know that they participated and understood as well, how to be active participants and understanding how these things are being built, and is there innovative ways that they could participate. So I just don't know from a process, do I now need to bring something forward to say the fish stations need to be considered, or will that just naturally flesh itself out in this process?
Director Huff.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Mazin. So we did discuss it as per Chair Bridgeman mentioned. We didn't receive strong direction one way or the other during the steering committee's discussions. And so it would be up to the committee at this point, if they wish to provide direction to us now, to perhaps include in the draft zoning bylaw provisions that either limit or further define fish cleaning stations. I'll leave that with you, but I would also note that this isn't going to be your only opportunity to provide that direction.
It is?
It is not going to be. Sorry.
That's what I'm asking.
That's
what I'm asking, because I feel, thank you.
So we can move forward today as is. We can move forward with direction from committee to do something specifically about fish cleaning stations. Or when we come back to you with the next version of the draft zoning bylaw, if you feel that you want to make a suggestion to add something at that point, you can do that then, or any of those times that the draft is brought forward.
Thank you. If I could add one last comment. I was trying to use that as an example. I think sometimes when we see more details in front of us, as those of us who are not on the steering committee, we probably will have other things that come up. And I think that becomes important. So as long as I know that I have touch points along the way, not just myself, but members of the community, and I'm looking at people who actually are feet on the street, actually building these things, all the time to be able to participate effectively in the process. I think it's just important. So that was my example.
CAO Pink, would you have some thoughts on this?
Through you, certainly, hopefully this helps a little bit. I can certainly appreciate the desire to want to understand things later down the road, like enforcement, like what is the definition of a RFA, fish cleaning stations, etc. But I sense council or committee is getting a little ahead of itself and making this more challenging a debate than it needs to be. Appreciate it's a very challenging or difficult question, but it's to answer maybe, but it's a simple question. And I think it's before you. Are you supportive of some recreational floor area in the first story of boathouses or not? If you're not, then let staff and let the consultant come back to you with revisions, potential revisions to the zoning bylaw that would allow for easier enforcement, like mandating a certain open slip percentage, etc. But let staff work on that, and there will be touch points where you'll be able to review that. If you are supportive of it, then again, let staff and the consultants work on what is the definition of recreational floor area and all the proper rules around that, whether there's a minimum lot frontage required for that, whether it's only on certain lakes or in certain situations, what are the setbacks. But really the key question before you, and it does warrant a lot of discussion, but we seem to be, again, a little bit into the weeds about how it's going to play out enforcement-wise. Really what you should be talking about is, again, is it appropriate to have recreational floor area in the first story of boathouses? Does it create undue lighting, noise, activity, environmental impacts from those things and that type of activity? Or, as we've heard, again, other angles, flooding and the implications with that, the building code implications that the CBO referred to. Make a decision on those reasons, whether it's appropriate or not. The other thing I haven't heard discussion on, does it really change the character around our shoreline? I think Councillor Burry sort of touched on that. Is this what we really envision for the future of our lakes? That kind of activity, that kind of use in the first story or not? And then once staff gets that direction, again, let the consultant and let the staff team work on how that's going to look. I totally appreciate, having lived it, that the enforcement is a challenge. So we definitely have to come up with better ways, either route that you choose, to make the rules clear, enforceable, and black and white. But those will be future steps, and staff will come back and there'll be future touch points on this. But I think this is a key initial decision, and I would encourage you to, again, sort of stay focused on the big main question. Is it appropriate or not?
And Direct CEO Pink, with the proviso that should, after further more discussion and consideration, the committees might change their mind on it. Either way, right? We could say, yes, we think it's a good idea now, or we think it's not a good idea now, and we could change our mind at a later date.
Thank you. I was going to touch on that. It's certainly, yes, you definitely can. This is not, as Director, I think, and others have noted, this is not your final decision. I just want committee, though, to be cognizant that could lead to certainly extended timelines and some challenges in the community, a bit of mixed messaging. Certainly, if you're going in one significant direction, to change course midway through, might be some challenging messaging through there, but nothing that staff won't be able to overcome.
So the question might be that we more probably, in all likelihood, think this is the direction where we're going to go with we feel stronger one way than the other, rather than being absolute. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. I'm conflicted with, again, what is allowed in a first story boathouse historically. And we talked about bathrooms, like for instance, maybe that's just where that's not always allowed. And so I'm kind of concerned that in some of our language that we may be approving washrooms where in fact, if they don't own the land underneath, or that they don't have an approval with MECP, I'm thinking that that's the right ministry now, because I don't know, but it's just not a given like that we would be allowing washrooms in all boathouses, for instance. And I don't, some of that is getting confusing to me because it's in the way that we're presenting. And it's like, oh, we could do this in a bathroom, or we could, a number of times we've mentioned bathrooms, but that is not a given. And I just get a little bit concerned when we just think of it's a given, because it's not.
Director Huff or Ms. Crowder, or what's the bylaw on bathrooms in a first-story boathouse?
Through you, Chair. The township's zoning bylaw permits a washroom in the first story of a boathouse. Now that's dealing with township permissions. If there are ministry or provincial conditions around purchasing of the lake bed for such a use, that is something that is more so looked at the building permit issuance process. So before Mr. Snyder would issue a building permit, he would be checking in to make sure that it meets all the requirements of the Ontario Building Code. And I see he popped on here, so he might be able to comment specifically on washrooms. But as far as the zoning bylaw goes, it's something that's already permitted today, provided there's a size restriction on it.
Mr. Snyder?
Thank you, Chair. And to build on Ms. Crowder's comments, yes, that would be something that's evaluated through the building permit application process to ensure that either a letter of good standing from the MNRF is received, identifying that the property owner does have land use agreement or LUP to occupy that first level of a boathouse with use other than marine related storage, or alternatively that they own the lands beneath the boathouse, and then the LUP is not required.
Thank you for that. Committee, if you just give me a minute, let me confer with the deputy clerk. Committee, you know, I think we're running out of questions and comments here. CEO Pink summarized, I think it summarized it very clearly. And so I'm going to ask committee if anybody wants to make an amendment to the resolution in front of us. One more call for questions or comments, and are we ready for the vote? All right, all those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that carries. Right. Folks, we will break for lunch, and how about, is a quarter after all right? It's slightly under 45 minutes. Does that work for everybody? Staff?
Works for me.
I think that's their standard lunch hour anyway, so. All right, we'll be back at 1:15. Everyone, are we live? Thank you. All right, Mr. McDonald. Our next one's dealings with the maximum permitted height of the first story boathouse.
Yes, that's the one I'm dealing with. It's the maximum permitted height of boathouses, period, I guess. And
Yep, sorry.
that's fine. And the township's zoning bylaw has all kinds of rules about how high boathouses can be. The larger the lot, the more permissions you have. So when you get to one increment, you can have a sleeping cabin. If you get to another increment, that's 400 feet, you can have a covered area on top in addition to a sleeping cabin. The rules are written such that a two-story boathouse is permitted at 25 feet, and a one-story boathouse also has the same permission at 25 feet. So where there is the permission to go 2 stories on the larger lakes, that permission exists. The challenge, as it's being presented to me, is that folks are building one-story boathouse without a floor, separating the building in half or whatever, or however it's split, and creating these open-to-water spaces that extend right up into the ceiling. And the effect is that where you think the second story should be is actually part of the first story. And because of that, they're not restricted in how much built form they can put on the waterfront by the rules on sleeping cabins and covered areas. Very technical, very complex. So we went out and identified a few options around how to fix that to the best of our abilities by somehow restricting the amount of second story mass that you can have in one way or another. But I've determined, along with staff, that trying to do that is very complex and challenging. So what we've come up with as a technical response to the concern raised is to set out a maximum height of a first story of 16 feet plus minus. And we'll look at that a little more to see if it should be 17 or 15, but let's say for sake of argument it's 16. And that means when somebody builds a 2-story boathouse, the maximum height of that first story has to be 16 feet, meaning that a floor is required at that level. And above that floor, you can only do the sleeping cabin or covered area in accordance with the bylaw. So that's our technical response to the issue. And that's also my recommendation. The devil is always in the details on this, and how we codify that and deal with that is something we'll work on as per Mr. Pink's instructions to you this morning in terms of what our role is after this meeting. But that is our recommendation.
Committee, do we have any questions here? Mayor Kelly.
Thank you, and through you. I'm just curious to know whether or not we've contemplated sailboat boathouses, because there are several around heritage structures that are considerably higher than 16 feet on the first floor because they're big enough to sail a boat into with a mast on.
Mr. McDonald?
That's a good question. We did talk about the variety and type of boathouses out there. And yes, there are boathouses that are designed for sailboats. It's a good question. I don't think I have a good answer for you right now, but it's something we will have to assess. And I suppose from a principled perspective, if someone, needs a boathouse for a sailboat, clearly that's something we want to permit and not prohibit. So we'd have to figure out how to differentiate between those kinds of circumstances and your typical boathouse, which includes quote unquote typical boats, but something we will look at in some detail. I'm not sure if staff have any thoughts on that at this point.
Apparently staff does have some thoughts, Ms. Crowder.
Through you, Chair. All of the existing boathouses that are single story but are retrofitted to fit a boat such as a sailboat, those would be considered legal non-complying if this provision were adopted at this date. So any of those previously existing ones would be grandfathered. And And then the other thought is if there was a particular situation where somebody had a particular boat that wasn't going to work with the general provision, that would be a case where a site-specific application would be appropriate to come forward.
Do we have any other questions? Let me read the bylaw then, or the resolution. Moved by Councillor Burry, seconded by Councillor Kent. Be it resolved that committee direct the first draft of the zoning bylaw amendment. Let me try that again. Be it resolved that committee directs that the first draft of the zoning bylaw amendment contain provisions that limit the maximum permitted height of the first story of a two-story boathouse to 4.9 meters, bracket 16 feet, and that limited heights of a second-story boathouse on a Category 1 lake with a frontage greater than 91.44 meters, which is 300 feet, to 4.9 meters, which is 16 feet. So there's two elements there. Committee, any discussion or debate on that? Councillor Kent.
I was just going to add, thank you, Councillor Bosworth, that one added benefit of this proposed change is that I have seen on Lake Joe multiple instances of people building open concept two-floor boathouses on one side where it's an open concept slip that goes up 2 floors, so let's say 35 feet, and then post approvals put in the second floor on both sides. So they get two 650 square foot living quarters. And I think that I've seen it multiple times. There's one very close to me in terms of proximity, and it would keep us having a bylaw problem down the road if it was absolutely forbidden up front. So just another positive for the rationale. I don't know if you've even thought about that, Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes, we have. We've had internal discussions, when I say internal, between myself and staff about other boathouse provisions. Can someone have two boathouses on a property? Can someone do what the councillors just mentioned? Those are things we will be looking at and reviewing as well. The bottom line is that the official plan directs us to minimize built form impacts along the shoreline where we possibly can. So that's something we will be looking at as well.
Committee, do we have any other debate on this? All right then, and we're ready to vote? All those in favor? Any opposed? Sorry, do that again. Opposed? Thank you. That carries. Next item is Mr. McDonald, is hot tubs.
Hot tubs, yes, that's correct. All right, so with this particular issue, there are permissions currently within the bylaw that permit hot tubs wherever a sun deck is permitted. Concerns have been expressed about the discharge of hot tub water, particularly bromine and chlorine, from hot tubs being discharged into the lake. When the township has the ability to regulate a hot tub or control the hot tub in some way through a Planning Act application, such as through site plan approval or as a condition of minor variance. Sometimes studies are required or conditions are attached that require discharge to not occur into the lake. But the majority of times there is no Planning Act application. Hot tubs are installed. They don't require building permits unless the structure it sits on requires a permit. And there remains a concern about hot tub discharge into the lake. So we had a lot of discussion about this around the steering committee table in terms of what to do about that. And there was general consensus at the steering committee, I believed, that we should be considering moving all hot tubs back 50 feet 100 feet would be better, but 50 feet seems a little bit more reasonable. And it certainly minimizes the potential impact of discharge into the lake because you've got 50 feet to attenuate that discharge. And we presented that as an option in the public sessions in the summer. And after considering the responses and thinking about this and talking about it with staff, my recommendation is that we do just that and come in with a new restriction on where hot tubs could be placed. And similar to what Ms. Crowder was saying before, any existing hot tubs would obviously be grandfathered if they were legally erected in the first place. And this would apply to all future circumstances and situations. So that's my recommendation.
Committee. Any questions? Mayor Kelly.
Thank you, and through you. I know I don't know how big it is, but there's a growing business in renting hot tubs. And does this have any applicability on something which might be temporarily brought on site?
Mr. McDonald?
That's a good question. I might ask staff to weigh in on this. There was a conversation we had about temporary hot tubs. I cannot remember exactly where we landed on that. Very difficult to deal with from an enforcement perspective because they're only in on the weekend with the hot tub and then it's gone. My thinking is that if there's a way that we can control both temporary and permanent, that would be ideal. But if staff have any thoughts on that, because they've had some direct experience with this, that would be appreciated.
Ms. Crowder.
Through you, Chair, to Mayor Kelly, I believe the question was, yeah. The intent from staff's perspective would be to regulate hot tubs as a whole, whether they're there for a certain amount of time or they're on a permanent basis. The provision would apply, and within our zoning bylaw and our definitions, we would put that into the bylaw that hot tubs would need to be 50 feet back regardless of circumstance.
Thank you. Committee. Councillor Kent.
Hi. I was just wondering how you came up with 50 feet. If the major building has to be back 66 feet, the intention, I guess, is to have it be in front of rather than level with. Seems like 66 feet would be sort of more conforming. And I guess, is there any regulation that's required around all I guess if we're moving them off the dock, I'm not as concerned, but people putting all the stone structures around these hot tubs on the docks is a bit environmentally unfriendly.
Ms. Crowder?
Through you, Chair. The 50-foot measurement is derived from today's zoning bylaw, and today's zoning bylaw permits sun decks to be constructed at a setback of 50 feet, and the definition of a sun deck in the zoning bylaw permits a hot tub to be placed atop that sun deck. Okay. So it's in keeping with what today's bylaw would permit for a legal sun deck to be constructed. So that's where the 50 feet comes from. And I think also just the understanding that if your dwelling's at 66 feet, typically you would have a sun deck in front of that, and that's typically where a hot tub would be placed. Hot tubs are not permitted on any docks or boathouses. They haven't been permitted on any docks or boathouses in our current iteration of the zoning bylaw, and that's going to continue forward in the future. And there can be consideration to requiring a greater setback for hot tubs, but that would be at the discretion of committee.
Thank you.
Committee? Councilor Roberts.
I'm just going to ask my peers here on committee, would there be any appetite to introduce regulations that would make it mandatory to dispose of any hot tub water responsibly? And I'll just use that word responsibly from an environmental point of view.
Councilor Roberts, are you looking for a seconder to that idea, or are you just, fishing to see if there is people would like to consider it and maybe find a seconder that way?
I'm fishing or asking for my peers' opinions.
Right. Is that a marine sport? Is that a marine activity? Councilor Nishikawa.
Thank you. Through you, I find the conversation interesting because in my experience, the people that drain hot tubs are not the property owners. And in fact, they're companies that come up from Barrie or beyond. And I wish we could put more in place, honestly, and I thought we kind of did, but apparently not. So I don't know how to fix this problem, but I've had a concern for many, many years in even conversations with these companies. And they insist that they're doing everything environmentally, but it all goes into the lake. So I don't know how we can deal with that. I wish we could find stronger language, but I don't know.
Ms. Crowder.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Councillor Roberts and Councillor Nishikawa. It's a good question. And from the planning perspective, the tool that I think would be the way to implement that would be if hot tubs were made subject to the site plan control process. And the reason being that through the site plan control process, you could require a hot tub agreement of sorts. We've seen hot tub stabilization plans, things of that nature, which you would attach as a schedule to that said agreement. And also as part of the site plan control process, there is a contractor sign-off form wherein the contractor that is going to be responsible for the works signs that agreement stating that they've read through the site plan agreement, they understand the provisions, and they are going to follow those provisions within their contracting works. So that would be kind of the planning mechanism that comes to mind.
Councillor Roberts.
So I'm asking if there's anyone who would like to second our
Committee. Would
resolution.
anybody second a motion that would require some regulations around draining? Are we able to do that? Director Huff?
Thank you, Chair. So perhaps to clarify, we could certainly investigate the options that are available to a municipality to regulate the disposal of hot tub water. I don't want to overcommit to there being a solution before we do a full investigation.
Ms. Crowder, how do we make all properties subject to site plan agreement?
Through you, Chair. Through the update to the site plan control bylaw, which is going to be initiated, given direction that's in the township's new official plan, there's going to be the process where the site plan control bylaw is updated. Through that update, certain types of development will be made automatically subject to site plan control, provided they are within certain zones. So I know that the official plan requires or directs that some shoreline structures be made subject to site plan control. So same kind of thought process applies, wherein the bylaw could stipulate if you're developing this type of thing in this type of zone, you're automatically subject to that process.
I see. So your recommended mechanism, unless pending further investigation on other regulations, would be to do it through that process.
Through you, Chair. Not necessarily recommending this, but just to speak to the idea that was raised, the planning mechanism that comes to mind would be through that site plan control process.
Committee, at this point in time, is there anybody else who would like to second the motion? Thank you. Any other comments? Mr. Burke.
I mean, I'd love to second it, but it's just not enforceable. Like I just don't see how you. I mean, it's a matter of education to get people that have hot tubs to do the right thing, and to ask the people that are maintaining the hot tubs on behalf of them to do the right thing. I don't know how we can legislate it. And again, we're back to the same thing. Why do we put in rules that we can't enforce? I mean, I love the sentiment, but I just.
Committee, let me read the resolution. We haven't read the resolution yet. No, we haven't read the resolution. So let me read it and we can continue this discussion. Moved by Councillor Nishikawa, seconded by Mayor Kelly. Be it resolved, the committee directs that the first draft of the zoning bylaw amendment contain a provision that requires all hot tubs to be located a minimum of 15.2 meters bracket 50 feet from the high water mark. So any further discussion on this? Councillor
Roberts.
Roberts.
Thank you. we,
Sorry, my apologies.
okay,
Councillor Roberts.
I'll speak on behalf of Councillor Edwards. That's okay. We pride ourselves by saying we're here for the environment. And, you know, the hot tubs, I mean, I'm a responsible hot tub user, and I make sure that any discharge goes into sand, so it's filtered, whether that's the right thing to do or not. But I think that I like, if we can't, I like the idea of the site plan control. These all futures ones will have some sort of regulation, but it's, we got to do something to protect the environment from just releasing it into the lake. And I don't know what that is. I agree it's a hard enforcement problem. But anyways, those are my comments.
Committee, any other discussion on this? I am going to call the vote. Everybody ready for that? All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. Next up, Mr. McDonald, is sports courts and recreational surfaces to be made clear use on driveways.
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Chair. So the current provisions on sport courts and recreational surfaces was amended in 2019 to establish a 200-foot setback from the high water mark. Before that, it was 66 feet. And I'll just read out the definition so we're all clear about what we're talking about. Shall mean an outdoor area of land or non-roofed structure that is purpose-built, intended to be permanent, which is important, and is capable of being used for sports or recreational activities and other similar uses, but excludes ice rinks located in the water body open space zone and swimming pools. So a concern was raised about whether this permission somehow prohibited the use of driveways for the playing of sports, hockey, basketball, whatever the case may be. In our opinion, it does not, and staff confirms that opinion as well. But it does make sense in our view to make that very clear in the zoning bylaw that it does not prohibit the use of a driveway for sports, provided the driveway, of course, is in compliance with any rules that may exist for driveways, either in the bylaw or in an agreement that is on title. So it's a pretty simple issue in my view, with a pretty simple recommendation, and you've just heard it.
Many questions. Councilor Nishikawa.
Sorry, and I know I should know this answer, but are we including these areas in overall lot coverage? And why I'm suggesting that we do partially at least, it's because the amount of area that we hard surface.
Ms. Crowder, I'm sure you know the answer to that.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Councilor Nishikawa. Under today's bylaws, these areas do not contribute to lot coverage. The reason being that lot coverage is defined as roofed structures. There is direction within the official plan that consideration should be given toward somehow regulating these impervious surfaces. And the appropriate method that we've determined to investigate that is through the update to the tree conservation and site alteration bylaws. So through that update, you could look at limiting the amount of impervious surfaces on a property.
Councilor Nishikawa, follow up.
Thank you. I guess I'm curious about what triggers the township getting involved at all.
Ms. Crowder?
Through you, Chair, to Councilor Nishikawa. Sorry, can you just clarify?
I've seen sports court built recently. There was no permitting required. And again, how would we even capture what people are doing, even on small lots and things? Thank you.
Ms. Crowder?
Through you, Chair, to Councilor Nishikawa. Yes, so sports courts generally don't require a building permit or a site plan approval. They are regulated somewhat in the township's zoning bylaw on what's considered small lots. So there is a minimum lot frontage and area that a property has to be in order to have that court. And then, of course, the required setback from the high water mark if you're within the waterfront designation for a sport court. But as far as regulating the size or anything like that, they're not currently regulated. So it would be a measure that would be through the site alteration bylaw, should committee choose to do that.
Ms. Crowder, to be clear though, they don't need a building permit, but they must follow the rules.
Through you, Chair. That's right. They are subject to the township zoning bylaw.
Yeah.
They are considered to be structures and therefore are required to adhere to provisions.
Councillor Kent and Mayor Kelly.
I have a comment related to Councilor Nishikawa's comment and then my own question. Just Councilor Nishikawa, I've just been through an experience where somebody built a sports court 60 feet back from the waterfront, and it has to be 200 feet back. But by the time somebody puts a complaint in, the damage is already done. The land has been cleared. By the time you know there's a problem or a neighbor notices there's a problem, land's been cleared, area's been, drained, whatever was required. It's a loophole in and I may get this wrong, in the bylaw or in the building code that does not require it to be permitted, because a permit would require that they have the permit before they broke ground. So it is a big problem in my opinion. But I've discussed this and that's not something we're tackling today. The only other question I had is my concern with the driveway, and this is for staff, is if you have a driveway that you come in and then you have a large area that's flat and turning around, and this would be obviously for properties that are on mainland, you could erect a net and play pickleball at any point in time. And are you saying, you could put the lines down and make it a pickleball court? So I'm confused about what's allowed and what's not allowed, because the problem with the pickleball location is it's noisy then, it's not 200 feet back necessarily.
Ms. Crowder.
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Kent. It comes down to a matter of use. So it is very difficult to regulate driveways in the sense of how large they can be. But if the use is for the ingress and egress of vehicles and for parking, then that would be considered a driveway. If the use is for sports, so you're not driving over that particular portion of the paved surface, and if there's lines, and if there's, if it's clear that the use is really for sport and recreational purposes, then that would be required to be set back 200 feet. So it does become a matter of a bylaw investigation and enforcement.
Can I follow up?
A follow-up, yes.
Just what bothers me about that is just that, it can be a flat area. You can put up a pop-up pickleball net. You can put some lines down and it can still be primarily for the ingress and egress of cars. But when the cars aren't coming in and out, people are playing pickleball as if it were a court. I mean, lots of people, I've seen them in lots of the applications we've had where they have large driveways in back of the cottage, behind the boathouse, behind the garage, that would easily be pickleball friendly. So I am opposed to that, but I understand why you're clarifying it for like somebody to have a basketball net. That's one thing, but the pickleball court is small enough that it would fit and large enough to make a big impact on the noise level.
Mr. Crowder, any further comments? Not necessarily, but just not pretty. Mayor Kelly, did you have your hand up? Okay.
Thank you. I want to maybe get staff's position on the delegate, Ms. Brown, when she referred to horseshoe pits and was it corn, whatever? I've never played it. So could you please comment on that? Thank you.
Ms. Crowder?
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Roberts. Yes, so we've had a few times where we've attempted to clarify this, but if you have, typically when you play cornhole, it is movable boards that you pick up and you put out and you playing. There is no site alteration required for it. There is no tree removal required for it, generally speaking. Those types of things are not what the bylaw is intending to regulate. If there is site alteration and tree removal and there's a purpose-built component to a sport, that is what the zoning bylaw is attempting to regulate. So we're not attempting to shut down anybody from playing, anybody's children from playing hockey on the driveway at night. It's really more the purpose-built.
Supplemental?
Yeah, thank you. Okay, let's specifically talk to horseshoes because it usually it's on a flat area. You usually have one, but I have put 2x4s around to make a box, and that would be defined as purposely built, wouldn't it? So do we really want to curtail horseshoe pits?
Ms. Crowder?
Through you, Chair, if it became a situation where we did determine that it is a purpose-built structure, it might be a case where it makes sense to come forward for a site-specific exemption of sorts, because it may make sense for something to be located closer. But the zoning bylaw is intended for the general rules. It's intended to have an across-the-board one size fits, but that's not always the case, right? There are site-specific situations where people can come forward and put their situation forward for consideration.
Ms. Crowder, could I just add to that and get your comments on putting greens?
Through you, Chair. Putting greens, as I understand it, typically require site alteration and typically require tree removal. They are purpose-built. They would be considered to be a recreational surface and would be required to be 200 feet back from the high water mark.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or debate on this committee? All right, seeing none, I call the vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? 2 opposed. We have full. That carries. Mr. McDonald, next one up is permitted accessory buildings limited to 3.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So this issue is not a new issue for the township. Back in 2021, I believe, it was also raised as an issue and all kinds of discussions were held on it. And the reason it's an issue is because there are no specific restrictions on the number of accessory buildings permitted on any property, quite frankly, but we're dealing with waterfront properties, provided you meet all setback requirements and provided you meet the lot coverage restrictions for the zone you are in based on the lake you are on. Concerns have been raised about overdevelopment, impacts on character, but most importantly, concerns have been raised about the accessory buildings being used for purposes that may not otherwise be permitted in the bylaw. I've certainly heard and I've seen firsthand some interesting things happening on waterfront properties in terms of what accessory buildings are being used for, gyms, recreational areas, it's a second living room, all kinds of things are happening on properties now that perhaps weren't as popular even a decade ago. And that seems to be a trend that is happening and something that we're seeing much more of. So we came up with, oh, sorry, there was a question?
No, sorry.
Okay. So we came up with a whole bunch of options, and I said this in the public process. We perhaps came up with way too many options because there are lots of different ways to perhaps control accessory buildings. And we try to be as expansive as possible in terms of how we can possibly do that by restricting their number, by including rules that prohibit certain things from happening within them, by prohibiting windows, by somehow controlling how many buildings you have based on the size of your property. So the options it was quite a long list of options at the end of the day. In the end, my thinking is that lot coverage is a very good control and has been a good control and is a very foundational control in the township with respect to how much development you can have on a property. And that will obviously remain a control going forward. And I did have concerns about us coming in with arbitrary restrictions that somehow would not permit someone to exercise their ability to maximize the coverage permission they have on their property. So I've been thinking about that as we've been going through this process. Secondly, it would appear to me that while the concern is about number and location of accessory buildings, it seems to me more about what is actually happening in those accessory buildings and whether what is happening is actually permitted by the bylaw or not. And because of that concern, the related concern is that the activity that's happening on a shoreline property is being spread across more of the property, not just in the cottage and boathouse. There are other buildings where things are happening, and that has impacts on character. So those are all of the things that I've been thinking about, and I think a lot of other folks have been thinking about as well. So none of the options we've come up with really get at the use of accessory buildings per se. There are certain uses permitted, such as sleeping cabins, private garages. Those are always things that would be permitted on waterfront properties. But in terms of their use, they're not permitted to be used for habitable purposes. And no matter what we do in the bylaw, no matter what rules we change, that will still be a rule that exists that you can't use these other buildings for habitable purposes. The challenge always is when does it become habitable? How do you determine it's habitable, and so on? And Mr. Snyder, I'm sure, can add a lot of color commentary to this conversation on that particular point. So at the end of the day, I didn't really land on any particular option that solves that particular issue. But I do think that if we did limit the number of permitted accessory buildings to 3, at least we're managing how much can occur on a waterfront property to the extent we can, and we're reducing the potential impact of there being so many accessory buildings on a property being used for all kinds of purposes. So it's not a perfect solution, but it is one that I think takes us partway to a place where we're minimizing or trying to minimize the impacts of the use of waterfront properties on other properties. And we're also through, if this recommendation was carried through, basically requiring the consolidation of activity in a lesser number of buildings on a property, which I think makes good planning sense and I see has some merit. So the recommendation is that the township consider including a restriction on the number of accessory buildings. Now, this restriction would not apply, of course, to private garages, sleeping cabins, boathouses, gazebos, and other structures. These are just the other accessory buildings, and restrict those to 3 in terms of a permission going forward. I know that staff has been dealing with this quite a bit over the last few years. I'm not sure if they have any of the other comments to add before we open it up for discussion.
Would you like to comment? Director Huff.
Thank you, Chair. The only other item that I would mention is that in staff's recommendation, we did note that specifically staff consider exempting other structures from this limitation. So saunas, pump houses, gazebos, etc., also be exempt from that total number of 3 proposed to be permitted on a lot.
Councillor Nishikawa.
I have a few concerns, and mostly I'm really wondering where people's private property life comes into play, because I feel like we're regulating beyond what we should be doing, quite frankly. And I'm more interested, like, we heard earlier from a counselor that everyone's doing this sort of thing. And I would like to see some hard numbers to say, for instance, there's 1,000 properties out there that have an issue with the number of outbuildings that they have. I just don't know if we're trying to tackle concerns. And it was interesting because the consultant has mentioned to us in the past how he's never been in a municipality that has so many rules. And I'm just wondering, like, are we just trying to make things so complicated for people? And quite frankly, giving ammunition to a neighbor that doesn't like you for whatever reason. Maybe you played hockey on his driveway, who knows? But are we now just trying to find ways that people can file more complaints? Because I'm really concerned about that. I really don't know that this, and I'm looking towards staff to tell me this, how huge a problem this is, and what kind of steps that we've taken that we couldn't do otherwise.
Thank you, Councillor Nishikawa. There was a lot of comment in there, but there were some questions. The size and extent of this issue. Ms. Crowder?
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Nishikawa's question, I don't know that I have a perfect answer to this, but I think in my understanding and in my experience with bylaw matters that have been coming forward, the main issue is not necessarily built form for this particular purpose, because that's covered by lot coverage. That's addressed through lot coverage. I see the matter as more being to do with regulating use within buildings. And I think that derives from some enforcement matters that we've had where people are using outbuildings as habitable buildings. And that's my understanding of what this topic is really trying to address, is the illegal use of buildings that are for habitable purposes. And I believe that the idea is if the number of buildings is regulated, then it leaves less room for buildings to be used for that nature. And I think it's a really difficult topic because it's one that's very hard to enforce. It's one that's very hard to regulate. So the idea is, as I understand, to come up with ways that are easily enforceable and tangible. So you can go to a property and you can count the number of buildings. That's something that's really easy and to do, something that we can actually enforce. So that's just my understanding of where this has kind of come from and the idea behind it. Again, I don't know if it perfectly answers your question, Councilor Nishikawa, but hopefully it can add some insight.
Supplemental, Councilor Nishikawa?
Well, it's interesting because when I think about habitable, I think about food, I think about sleeping. I had this concern when we talked about this months and months ago, like years ago, quite honestly. I don't want to be that counselor that says you can't exercise in that shed that you built. There's no sleeping in that shed. You're exercising. I find that offensive for somebody to tell me how to use my property, because I want to work out and I don't want to have my equipment sitting in front of the TV in front of it, like I find that very odd, because I know very responsible property owners that, for instance, say, okay, we're going to do this art studio, for instance, and it's just where we're sending the kids to make a mess, like those types of things. And I just find, I don't know where this conversation's going, but I'm feeling like we're really treading on people's property rights and the millions of dollars that they're spending on their property, quite honestly, and they're not really harmful. People are not that harmful.
Committee, I'm going to read the resolution so that we can continue this conversation, and then I'll let Mr. McDonald comment. So let me just read the resolution because we're clearly into discussion. Moved by Councillor Kent, seconded by Councillor McIntyre. Be it resolved that committee direct that the first draft of the zoning bylaw amendment contain a provision that limits the number of permitted accessory buildings to 3, which would be in addition to a permitted sleeping cabin and boathouse, and that consideration be given to other building structures that would be exempt from this limit, as an example, saunas, pump houses, gazebos. Mr. McDonald, can you give your thoughts on Councillor Nishikawa's comments?
Yes, and I think you might have inferred through my comments that I struggle a little bit with this recommendation as well for the same reasons. We're trying to address and somehow manage an issue related to the use of buildings and the enforcement of that use through regulating built form. So we're doing one thing to achieve another objective, and that's part of the struggle I have with this. And I think, you know, similar to Mr. Pink's direction before lunch on another item, it comes right down to whether the planning committee is in favor of considering a restriction on the number of buildings that are permitted, forgetting the enforcement issue for a minute or not for a minute, and determining whether it makes sense from a built form perspective to restrict the number of buildings on a property in the way I've recommended. If that concern isn't there and it's really about use, well, that changes the conversation and it becomes a different conversation. And I see Mr. Snyder has popped on here, and I'm pretty sure he has a few comments about accessory buildings and the use of it. I think a discussion on enforcement is interesting, but it doesn't really change where I'm coming from in terms of making this recommendation. Enforcement will be a challenge no matter what we do. Status quo, we'll still have the same enforcement issues in the future if then we would if we change the rules. Not sure that lands on in one area or not, but as you can see, I'm kind of struggling with this one.
Mr. McDonald, would an accessory building allow an exercise room? Is that the vision? Like when we call it an accessory building, would we, and I'm not sure who to ask this question of, but I think it's partly what you were getting to, would it be all right to have an exercise room in that building?
In my opinion, as long as it's not considered to be habitable, then that would be fine. The challenge is determining when something goes from not being habitable to being habitable, and I think that's where Mr. Snyder's opinions would be helpful to this committee.
Mr. Snyder, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. And I appreciate the comments of Mr. McDonald. I think what I would point to is that our bylaw currently does have definitions for habitable floor area as well as habitable room, which includes a den, a library, a craft or hobby room, sewing room, enclosed sunroom, and gazebo exceeding 200 square feet or screen room are deemed to be habitable rooms under this bylaw. So just to provide that context to committee, I think the question was, would an exercise room be permitted? And I think referring back to general provisions of the bylaw that specifically say you're permitted 2 habitable buildings on a property, a dwelling and a sleeping cabin. I guess, yes, you could have an exercise room or any one of those things, but the approach of the building division, and I think in accordance with the zoning bylaw, has been that if you have that space, it constitutes your sleeping cabin. I think previous conversations or previous comments made were that there's potential for an RFA off water. For different parameters could be applied to that, limitations of building size, location, things like that, that could afford you the ability to capture these uses or the proposed uses that have been discussed. And I think that answers the question, but please redirect me if I've missed a part.
Ms. Crowder, can you add to that?
Through you, Chair. Yeah, so we have had applications come forward for buildings that are gyms or exercise rooms, and they have been under our bylaw considered to be habitable buildings under our definitions. So under today's zoning bylaw, a building, let's say you had a dwelling and a sleeping cabin and you wanted to have a building that was for an exercise room or a gym, that would constitute an application to come before planning committee and council for approval. We have seen some of those in the past. I think that I think I can say for staff, our concern isn't the honest use of a gym or these kind of uses. We don't have concerns with that. The concern we have is the unfortunate few that we do have who will put the label saying it's a gym and unfortunately it's a dwelling, and the enforcement around that, and how do we enforce those kinds of situations, because we do have very strict rules on one dwelling per property and one sleeping cabin for the purposes of density and intensity of use. So it's a very complicated topic and one that's very hard to enforce. And we've come up with a few topics for discussion, and I see Mr. Snyder has his hand up, so he might want to comment further. But I know that one that we've talked about before, and I don't know how popular it is, but is looking at considerations around restricting plumbing and things of that nature to try to prevent buildings from becoming that use that we're really truly concerned about.
Mr. Snyder.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, thank you, Ms. Crowder, for building on my comments. And I'd just like the opportunity to build a little bit further. What we have seen is a trend toward storage buildings and varying degrees of storage buildings, various sizes, some modest, some quite expansive, that contain many rooms. And because the zoning bylaw does not regulate storage buildings in any form or function, it really is at current limited to the lot coverage potential. These buildings, again, I'm under obligation to issue a permit if it's compliant with applicable law, the zoning bylaw, and compliant with the building code. And the building code would have very little specific application, let's say, to a residential storage building. What those buildings, in some cases, there has been enforcement action taken by law enforcement because the building is not being used for the permitted use. And the successful enforcement action becomes very difficult. And I think what staff is recognizing is this trend, and what in my time here has been a trend from modest to now much larger, or larger, I'll say, is implementation of a regulation in the zoning bylaw would set clear parameters at permit application. Again, if as proposed, 3 storage buildings or accessory buildings, however Mr. McDonald has termed it, was the limitation, that would provide the building division team the ability to have a parameter to evaluate against that is more than just lot coverage. I can't say that this is the be all end all, but it's moving the bar forward. It's a step in the right direction. So I hope that adds some clarity.
Ms. Crowder?
Thank you, Chair. Just one more thing I thought I would note is because it's kind of coming into the conversation of land-based RFA, which is the recreational floor area. And there were a few things that were considered within that as part of the steering committee. Should committee choose to go down that avenue. So there was restricting the size of certain buildings, restricting the number of internal walls. A lot of the storage buildings that we're seeing going up have a lot of glass. So that gives the opportunity to be able to see kind of what's going on in the building. But obviously a lot of internal walls prevent a lot of that to to be seen. So there's different considerations that staff have kind of thought about in terms of land-based RFA. And if committee did go down the road of considering land-based RFA, I would just say that those are the kinds of things that would need to have a close look taken at them.
Councillor Burry.
Thank you. You know, my comments are around what are we trying to do? And I think what we're trying to do is make sure that we don't have too many people sleeping on a property because of the environmental downstream of that. So the load on the septic tank and then what happens to the lakes. So really we're talking about how do we tell people that in the township of Muskoka Lakes, you're allowed to have people staying over in 2 buildings, your dwelling and your sleeping cabin. If you choose to build a garage, you can work on your cars in your garage. You can store your cars in the garage. You can actually heat the garage because we do have snow here and it's a nice way to melt it. But you can work on your car, you can work on your boat, but you can't work on your abdomen or your bicep or your golf swing. So it becomes we're regulating behaviors because we can't get at the point that what we're really trying to get is overloading your septic tank. So and if you do it, you know, 1 night or 2 nights a summer, because lots of people have people over for 1 or 2 nights, you know, fine. But it's when the second garage gets converted to a dwelling that we have a problem. It's when the sleeping cabin becomes a dwelling and then the other habit becomes a dwelling, and you get people sleeping in 3 and 4 and 5 buildings on a lot, and some of the lots are big. So my question is to Director Huff. Sorry, I've learned from you, Peter. You know, sometimes I'm not short.
I have read the committees or the resolution, so you can make all the opinions you'd like.
No, well, I'm just trying to needle the mayor for not being short. So my question is to Director Huff. I mean, what we're really trying to do is say, don't have people sleeping in more than 2 buildings. I'm going to leave it there, and maybe the mayor wants to pile on here.
Yeah, would like to go after Mayor Kelly first.
Oh, I'm not trying to, but I'm trying to, I was going to draw back to my recollection of most of the conversation around this provision when we drafted the official plan actually had more to do with limiting the number of possible short-term rental opportunities per property. That it was viewed, and I remember very clearly someone, because I didn't really understand it, somebody said to me, you know, 8 bedrooms in one cottage gets X. 8 bedrooms with 4 different roofs on it gets like 5 times that. So the idea was we were trying to somehow make sure there were no more, the issue for the number of dwellings at that time had mostly was driven to avoid having 5 unit all independently rented out through some short-term rental agency. My suspicion is, and question to Director Huff, under the new short-term rental licensing arrangement, with the inspections, with the schematics, with the Granicus scraping of we would know if there were 5 units being rented at the same address, I think, without having to worry that that's what's going on in all these buildings. I understand that Councilor Burry is absolutely right. The other issue has to do with how many people are loading the environment on a regular basis on that property. But I can tell you, this was 4 years ago, I guess we went through this 3 years ago. At that point in time, the biggest issue was, are we just allowing them to set up 4 different short-term rental units at one address?
But Director Huff, Councilor Burry, has the question of should we be mixing? I think I'm going to paraphrase it, but I think it's, how do we allow recreational use in these accessory buildings, which is, somewhat desirable, and yet still make sure they don't become sleeping cabins.
Thank you, Chair. So a few points that I'll make to answer that question, as well as what we've heard just now. I think there's a number of reasons from a planning perspective why we're concerned with more than just a dwelling and sleeping cabin being used as a dwelling on a property, right? The more you have staying on the property, not only does it have impacts on septic system or potential use on short-term rental, we're talking more people is more noise, more lighting, more parking, just it's a general increase in density and intensity of use on a property that isn't otherwise contemplated. So we're worried about all of that. In terms of having a magic bullet to just focus on use, if I had that, we would be talking about that today. However, what we have talked about, and it's in Mr. McDonald's report as well as the staff report, is if committee is interested in providing an opportunity for recreational use of accessory structures, we've proposed some language for consideration that would provide some criteria and limitations to that use in those buildings. And it could be, it's in the report. We can go over all of the criteria if you wish and discuss that. Again, going back to the CAO Pink's earlier comments, this is not intended to present the final version of what those provisions will look like. It's just to provide a high level overview of the direction that staff will go in, if that's where committee wants, and we'll flesh it out and come back to you with the draft zoning bylaw. And again, going back to Ms. Crowder's, it is not the concern of staff with the use of buildings for art studios or exercise rooms. That's not what we're concerned about, certainly.
So committee, we've opened up the topic a little bit to recreational use in these, or putting some definition about the activities that can take place in these accessory buildings with, as staff has recommended, I think some structural designs where we, as somebody neatly said, we are using building regulation to have some impact on use, which seems like a good comment. So, is there appetite for going a little farther on this? Councillor Nishikawa.
I don't know that I necessarily understand your question, only because are we then opening the conversation of what type of uses we're going to be permitting? So this is where my concern is that along what Mr. Burry had said was basically if it matches with the septic system, I mean, that's captured there, I will just say. But honestly, people use their outbuildings very differently than any one individual. Man, you should see my husband's one outbuilding, but he's the only one that understands it. No, but like, I'm just saying, right? And I don't dare go near it, quite honestly. So I would just be very concerned about that. Also, I've recognized that there are a lot of property owners on the 3 big that have a lot of property. And so, for instance, to sort of say, like, unless we're going to really get into quite specific measurements. So if within the first 200 feet, you're allowed this amount of structures, the next 200 feet, that, like, I think it can be quite different for those that have larger properties. And again, I'm not comfortable at all telling people how they can use their own property. Unless they're outside of the bylaw, that their septic doesn't match the usage.
Mr. McDonald, you've been hearing the discussion here. You got some comments?
I've got lots of comments, I guess. The whole issue of uses is really interesting, for sure. And I'm very sympathetic to how everyone uses their property differently. The challenge always is we always have folks that push the envelope and turn their accessory buildings into something that they're not supposed to be. They may install washrooms later. They may not get permits for that. They have walls inside. Next thing you know, it's another sleeping cabin. And until someone complains, it happens and you have it. I'm not sure there is any silver bullet solution to any of that. Waterfront properties often are quite large. You can't see what's happening on them. You only attend on the property if there's a complaint, and on it goes. So the simplest way that we can come up with trying to regulate this from a planning perspective is to restrict the potential for it to happen. And you do that by limiting the number of permitted accessory buildings. You're managing the situation better because there is less opportunity to break the law, if I can put it that way, by limiting the number of buildings in which you can do things. I do think as well, and this is a sidebar and not included in my report, but we should look at the habitable room and habitable definitions in the bylaw. They are a little problematic, and there may be things we can do with that when we come back, and provide some additional advice on how we can get at the use issue. But sticking with the number of accessory buildings, it's really a way of managing the potential impacts that may result from their illegal use in the future. So that's the best way I can put it. And it remains my recommendation. And I think, following on Mr. Pink's comments before lunch, it's not just as simple as changing the rules to say you can only have 3. I think we'll be looking at a whole bunch of other provisions that are associated with that, and then come back with a package of recommendations that try to get at both the regulatory, which we're talking about today, and the use component together. But this would be a first step if we got that direction.
Mindy, any further comment or discussions or proposals for amending bylaw, amending resolutions? As Mr. McDonald wrapped it up quite nicely for us. I did read it, I think, yes, I have read it. Would anybody like to hear it again? Very well. I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor? Can you count for me here?
Yeah, we only need 4.
Any opposed? Get her 4. That is carried.
Sorry.
Very well. What's the next one? The next topic is cupolas, and committee, I am going to step aside as chair on this topic because I would like to participate in a debate, and Mayor Kelly will take over for me as chair.
I don't want that to move back that well too.
Okay. Right. Okay, thank you. All right, thank you very much. The next matter we have to deal with is the matter of cupolas. Is that how you say that? Cupolas. I don't know how you say that word. We don't have cupolas. Oh yeah, okay. And I think I'm going to turn it over to Neek to handle it.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of ways to say cupolas going forward. I'm going to be brief with this item. There is no restriction from a height perspective on cupolas, particularly on boathouses, provided that it has a floor area of less than 100 square feet. Concerns have been raised about cupolas being too high, multiple cupolas on boathouses, and I've heard lots of concerns about lighting within permitted cupolas and that having an impact on the character of the lake. So during the steering committee process and discussion, there was general support for reducing the permitted size by 50% and limiting the height to 1 meter above the maximum permitted boathouse height. So if you're permitted 16 feet, then you can go 4.9 meters, you can go 5.9 meters, you be able to go 1 meter above whatever the permitted height is. I've thought about it as a planner. I'm not convinced that there is an issue or a problem that needs to be solved, but I've been on the lakes, but not as much as all of you in the room, I'm sure. And it's my opinion, unless there's other evidence provided that directs me in another direction, that we should change the bylaw as it relates to this matter. And I therefore it is therefore my recommendation that no changes be made.
Thank you for that. Anyone with any questions for Nick? No? Since I'm going to just read the resolution, and then we can go right into discussion and questions. It's moved by Councillor Roberts, seconded by Councillor Burry. Be it resolved that committee recommends no changes should be made to the existing zoning provisions on cupolas. Okay. On the screen we have, oh, Nick, welcome. The other Nick is up there. Yeah. Sir.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify, I think perhaps Mr. McDonald misspoke in saying a floor area of 100 square feet. The current bylaw does not permit a floor in a cupola. And I think maybe I'm speaking semantics, but I wanted that to be clear to committee.
That's correct. It has to have no floor area, but it has less than 100 square feet in size. That's correct. Thank you very much, Mr. Snyder.
So that would be the footprint where it meets the roof. Is that
That's
it?
correct. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry
Thanks
about
for the
that.
clarification. Thank you very much. Sorry?
But my understanding is a cupola can be open.
Open meaning through the
so
roof.
that it fits on the roof, but it can be open to the second story so that you get more light.
Fair enough. Let it be known. Is that good?
Well, they're complicated, and that's why I think Councillor Bosenworth is going to likely weigh in here.
All right. Before we go to that, any questions? Councillor Zabitz, I see you, but no question? No? Okay. Councillor Nishikawa, you got a question? You can do whatever you want, but I'm going to start with questions to make sure we're all clarified. I did.
Just, I'll wait till the.
Thank you. Anybody with questions? Do you have any questions? No. All right, then we can open for anything. Councillor Nishikawa, you first.
Again, we've had this conversation for years. And interestingly, we went through a period of time where all boathouses were essentially, or two-story boathouses look like cakes, right? So you got this box and this box on top, and that got to be a whole discussion about, again, why are we deciding what looks good or not looks good? The functioning of a cupola is actually very interesting because it does bring in natural light. And in some cases, that 100 square feet isn't large enough for a large boathouse. It just sort of looks stuck there, and it's just going through this. So I'm glad that we're not touching this, but I also would say that for a larger property that is allowed, like over 400 square feet, for instance, of frontage, I actually would agree to give them a little more leeway. And it has nothing to do, it's balancing this large building that otherwise would, and they've chosen to do a single story. This is not about two-story boathouses necessarily, but you get some odd looking buildings if we're all gonna become designers.
Just for my clarification, you keep mentioning boathouses, is this boathouses and or dwellings within 200 feet of the waterfront, or just boathouses? Or does it matter?
So in my experience, the cupolas that are put on the main structure, like the main residence, are just sitting on top of the roof. They actually don't have a function, whereas the ones in the boathouses have a true function.
Thank you. Okay, next up, I think I had Councillor Bosenworth. You're next to speak.
Thank you very much. And I would ask for some forbearance on time on this one, perhaps.
Sure.
I'll try not to be too lengthy. So let me just address Councillor Nishikawa's point. I don't have any issue about restricting of architectural design until it starts to affect built form on the waterfront. So I'll just start off by quoting out of our official plan on Part E waterfront area. The objectives under E1A, first one is to protect ecological function of lakes, rivers, and shorelines. I don't think cupolas have any impact on that. But there are a number of ones after that that I believe do. B is ensure the protection of the exceptional visual characteristics of the lakes, rivers, and shorelines areas, and ensure that natural landscape predominates the human-built form in the waterfront area. C is protect the integrity of the natural landscape, including but not limited to tree cover, tree lines, natural vegetation, natural heritage features, and areas and naturally exposed rock. Number D, protect natural environment, including waterfront areas, shorelines, and other water resources in order to protect resilience and integrity of the ecosystem. There's a few more until we get down to number I, which is the only one I think that has perhaps loosens things up a bit. Support the development and redevelopment of recreation dwellings as appropriate. So I think we all have talked about the environmental impact. This is not about that impact, but I think normally one comes off the top, one of the second or third items on top of mind is protecting built form, keeping built form under control. And I think staff has some photos and I can show you some examples of cupolas that, in my opinion, are significantly adding to coop form, so built form. So there's picture number one. The two-story boathouse. This is so 10 by 10, by the way, is the size of a small bedroom. These are very significant when you drive by these on the waterway, and these there are lots of boathouses like this and they have, by the way, they have no limit on height. And I couldn't find it, but I saw an application come through here one day, and in the corner of the picture of the lot, there was a cupola. It was 8 or 10 feet high. So I don't have a picture on that, but I'm just pointing that out. It's probably a very rare, maybe the only one, but there is no limit on height. I think, so if we can go to just picture 2. Another similar one, it's not quite as big, and the boathouse is a little bit bigger, so the size of the cupola is not that big. And this is from the water. When you get farther away, that cupola appears bigger. Go to number 3. Yeah, another one. I mean, that, in my opinion, that significantly adds the height, just creates so much larger built form. And then we go to the next one. I think the next one is, I think, a more reasonable one. No, there was 5 pictures in total, I think. Or did they not all come through? Okay. Well, the next picture was one where we had a cupola on a modern building that was more in line with what the traditional cupolas are. And then the final picture was actually a picture of a boathouse that has recently been torn down, but it was a, 50, 60, 70-year-old boathouse with the true cupolas, and their function was, I don't know that I've ever seen the old ones. There's very few of the old ones that are for light. They are all for letting the heat out of the boathouse, out the top. And then they put a little decorative rooster on the top. So, that's fine with me. I don't want to tell people how to build their cupolas. I just want to say, if you want to have a cupola, it has to be within the height of the building that you're building. And nothing more than that. You can have them, keep the size limit if you want 10 by 10, but to restrict built form. It is critical that we continue to focus on built form. We just had a discussion on the 16-foot boathouse for a single story. Our recommendation there was to, pare this back so that we don't have unnecessary built form. There was a secondary reason, which was illegally turning it into an enlarged sleeping cabin. But one of the reasons is, and Mr. McDonald supported that, is it reduces build form. We even did it for single-story boathouses on lots that are greater than 400 feet. We're going to say you can't have 25 feet anymore. You can only have 16. Again, and as we see our lake shores fill in over time, we need to think about bringing things back to what the intent of our official plan is. That, and so I support, I think it was option 3, which is the cupolas. You can build a cupola. I think we should keep this current square footage restriction, but the height has to be within either the 16 or the 25-foot height. That's my position, and that's what I feel like, and I would hope there's some support of that. I know I can get if I need a resolution, I'm sure there are people who will support me on that.
Thank you for that. Councilor Nishikawa, your hand was up.
Thank you. Through you, this committee, we're not builders. Having gone through the construction of a roof of a boathouse that's going to suffer flooding and all of those other things, to put all of the great things in place, you might as well say there's no cupolas allowed on boathouses, because you have to start physically constructing that cupola from the inside to actually, and then you lose the square footage. You don't properly get to manage how, and in fact, in some cases, I've seen essentially a double roof system be put in place to allow for the large structure. And anyhow, I just really think that we're treading on areas that we don't fully understand the impact from a construction perspective.
Thank you. Councilor Burry.
So I think that the intent here is not to tell people how to do it. It's just, here's how tall you can go. So if you want to put a cupola on your roof, no problem. You still have to stay in the same height restriction. So if you want to use the space for a cupola, you can use the space for a cupola. If you don't have to have a cupola on it. But just because you want to put a cupola on your roof doesn't mean you get to go up another 8 or 10 feet. Because that's what affects, well, I know that, but that's what I think we're trying to get at. We're not talking about how to build it or where to build it. It's just, if you want it, like, we need some height restrictions to limit the built form on the lake. And right now the built form is starting to dominate, and we don't want that. Or we say we don't want it.
Councilor Nishikawa.
From the pictures that were shown to us earlier, those are not 8-foot high cupolas. Quite frankly, the windows are almost 24 inches. I can tell, so I just don't want anybody to assume that that's exactly what we have out there. Like, it's not just an overall general coverage kind of thing, right? And in fact, I would say in many, many cases, we've seen things happen on one particular lake that was so egregious. Like, we react to because of this one lake that gets overdone with whatever. And so I just really don't like the blanket, it's all happening. It's not. It's just, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Bosenworth.
Thank you. Perhaps I shouldn't have mentioned the 8-foot one, because I've only ever seen one and in a picture. So that is not it's just an example of how extreme it can go. Most of them aren't extreme. So that first picture I showed it's not everywhere, but there's a trend towards the newer full-size boathouses that are being built to the full extent allowed on that lot. It is very common to see 10 by 10, 4 or 5 feet high cupolas being added with glass. We have no evidence that they're being turned into places would actually have floors. Maybe they are, maybe they don't. Let's not throw that into the mix. That's not the issue, because there's no evidence that that's happening. It is just purely, 100 square feet built up, maybe 4 feet, 5 feet, 6 feet, because when you're going 10 feet wide, you got to go relatively high to give it some proportion. And that is adding, in my opinion, as you saw in that picture, quite significantly to build form. And if then you get one You get 2 or 3 of them in a row at 300-foot lots. And now you're going, oh my Lord, there's what's left on the shoreline you can't see. I mean, you can, but I don't want to be too extreme in exaggerating here. But, that's what we are allowing ultimately. No restriction on height on cupolas, large cupolas that are well beyond the size that was anything that they were traditionally built for. And, it's excessive.
Okay. May I ask, or may I inquire, maybe Mr. McDonald, you can help me. What did the working group, was there some consensus? Was this the consensus? Or I'll ask. Yeah.
I think.
Go ahead.
Sorry, the steering committee, and I believe Ms. Bridgeman is here and she can speak to it. And they were of the view that the size should be limited by reducing it by 50% and limiting height to 1 meter above. So that was one of the options that was presented. So that's where they landed. And quite frankly, if that's where the township wishes to go, that's fine. I think this discussion is all about architectural style and personal taste. And to a very large extent, we're trying to regulate that through the zoning bylaw. And I get it when we're dealing with boathouses, because that is a mass on the shoreline and you were trying to reduce the mass. I'm not sure it's the same argument as it relates to cupolas, but ultimately it's up to planning committee and council to determine what character is appropriate within their municipality. And this is really a character discussion for sure. And there are lots of opinions on it. And we're certainly happy to take any direction you give us.
Mr. Snyder, I see you've illuminated yourself. Did you have something you wanted to add, please?
Thank you. I'm not sure I've illuminated myself, but here I am anyways. Much of the conversation has been around cupolas on boathouses. I just wanted to express that the bylaw permits cupolas in excess of building height as defined by the bylaw for any structure. So just wanted to, again, provide that clarification. And it actually reads cupola or other similar ornamental structure which contains no floor and is less than 9.3 square meters, 100 square feet in size, just to clarify. And our building department process has been that 100 square feet, whether it's singular or cumulative, 100 square feet is the limitation.
Thank you for that. Before you disappear, I have a quick question. The real issue here is whether, I don't hear anybody disputing someone's choice to build a cupola. It's whether they can build it a meter higher than the maximum height of the building, or whether the height of the cupola has to be subtracted from the height of the building, basically. Is that right?
At current, a cupola is exempt from the height of a building.
Okay, fair enough.
And there is no limitation on the height of a cupola. It could be 10 feet, it could be 20 feet, it could be 30 feet.
Then the other question I had for you, sir, is does a cupola sort of have any green energy type value? The ventilation, the light, is that somehow save electricity or make air conditioners work more efficiently, or is it literally decorative?
That's a good question, and it's not a simple answer, because depending on the design parameters and the consideration given to solar heat gains, orientation of a cupola or glazing, and the glazing used, those would all be things that one would use to take advantage of passive gains through a cupola. Ventilation, I'm going to say traditional cupola on a one-story boathouse would have been installed to provide roof ventilation to exhaust hot air, moist air, especially during the winter seasons, to let that high humidity bubbled boathouse air escape from the boathouse in effort to protect the the structure.
Good, thank you. Okay, Councillor Nishikawa, and then Councillor Roberts has been surprisingly quiet since Councillor Edwards left, so we'll see what he's thinking.
In my experience, and again, things are improving so much more. So for instance, the new bubblers and things are regulating, and you need to have that air exhaust and things to not get the buildup within a boathouse. And so again, I sometimes feel like there's so much more information out there that we don't hear at this table and in making some of our decisions.
Thank you. Councillor Roberts, you looked pensive. Yeah, you go ahead, sir.
Okay, I'll speak on behalf of Councillor Edwards.
Thank you.
I'd like to hear from, she did pop on the screen, Chair of the focus group.
Chair Bridgeman?
Bridgeman, if she's still there.
She's coming back. Chair Bridgeman, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Pretty good, thanks. Councillor Roberts and the rest of us would love to hear your input on this.
Well, it is the same as Nick's in the sense that I think the general consensus followed the reduction in the cupola to half the size that it is now. But there were a couple of people who really felt it should just stay within the limits of the roof, the height of the roof. So that was the sort of dissenting part with the other two.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bosenworth?
Thank you. If I might add a little color on that. We had two people from the planning and the building community. Mr. Donaldson was quite happy with including cupolas in the height of the building. Ms. Ledger was very creative. She said, perhaps you should limit the height of the wall of the cupola to allow architectural designs on the roof, because, and that's a very fair comment, because some of I was looking around in my pictures of cupolas, and there's some really, beautiful designs of the roof line. And as I said, they often go up to have a weather vane on the top. And so, I know that's getting right into the actually design, and I wouldn't necessarily support that, but it was an interesting idea that allowed for the creative or the architectural design. So those were the two options. So I think the support was spread over 2 or 3 options, including, one of the builders saying, I'm fine with cupolas being built within the height of the building. I just wanted to add, people are saying that this is about, whether we can have cupolas or not, and whether there's architectural restrictions. I am perfectly in favor of having cupolas. We have had them since we had boathouses. The issue is neither architectural design nor whether they should be allowed or not. Both of those should be completely free, other than, size restriction. It is all about build form.
Thank you. Is there any other comments or questions? And then we're going to sort out a resolution. Member Bridgeman.
Chair Kelly, I think I want to modify a little bit what the vice chair for the committee said. I don't believe that we should be putting words in the mouth of the builder from that. There were not strong feelings from our one committee member, but I'm not sure that completely agreeing would have been what he would have said. So I just want to stay diplomatic on this.
I think that's great and not surprising of you. Thank you. Okay, is there a resolution that the resolution as we stand, as presented, and I think I already read it, haven't I? Already read it, it doesn't meet your needs. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is there an alternate resolution around that we should consider? Do you have a seconder?
I believe I have a seconder, Mr. Burry.
Okay.
And that resolution, I think we have one prepared. Well, there was some thought about preparing it. It's a resolution to say that we, rather than leaving it as is, we have a resolution that says we leaving, just having a restriction that says that has to be built within the height has to be within the existing regulations for boathouse heights.
Let me just confer with
I know we had
clerk.
I haven't seen them, but. I think this is the one.
Okay, so you're wanting to move that as opposed to this one?
Yes.
And I'll just show Councilor Green and then we can.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's fine. We're going to substitute with this other one.
Here. And read this one now.
Yeah. I believe that if people, yeah.
Oh, it's substitute. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Then I do have a resolution. I will read it and we can have another discussion if necessary. Moved by Councillor Bosenworth, seconded by Councillor Burry. Be it resolved that the resolution be substituted with the following. Committee recommends that the first draft of the update to comprehensive zoning bylaw 2014-14 remove cupolas from the list of structures exempted from the height restriction provisions contained in section 3.11 of the zoning bylaw. Any questions on that? Comments? All right, all in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. And anyone opposed? 3.
Carries.
It carries. Thank you very much. We're glad we got that done. And affordable housing and
Oh, sorry, you have to, move that the main motion be passed
As a.
Oh, I see. Sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah. Next resolution, is it need a resolution?
No,
I'll just ask that the main motion be substituted by the one or passed as substituted. All in favor? 4, all against? 3. Thank you.
Well, I don't find that one.
I'll get out of here before I screw something up. Probably too late for that.
Okay, what are we up to now? Committee, what time did we, is it time for a break? It's probably a good time for a break. Sorry, folks, I thought that was the last.
No, sorry,
Fireworks.
just meant one item left.
Fireworks,
The
right?
agenda.
Yes.
Just that. Yeah.
Yeah, I know we have
Yeah.
one item that's on the agenda,
Yeah.
right, yeah. Well, I'm not sure, I still think we should have a break. All right, 10-minute.
Oh, you got, they're leaving.
It's just.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know you had to leave. All right, fair enough, okay. Next item is report from Chief Municipal Office Law Enforcement Officer on the topic of updating to the fireworks bylaw. And that's Ms. Miners, thank you.
Oh, so is everybody on? Okay, thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. So this is just a report following up on some discussions that were made at Planning Committee back in October, while Planning Committee was approving the prioritized list of bylaws to be updated. There was some concerns identified about fireworks regulations specific to the days permitted, or the days that fireworks are permitted to be discharged around a Canada Day. So this report just proposes to remove those additional days and just keep it on Canada Day as a permitted day to discharge fireworks. If committee has any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Mayor Kelly.
Thank you very much. And a really quick question. Both the existing and the proposed appear to me to put time limits on fireworks on New Year's Day, but only on New Year's Day. On New Year's Day under C, it's limited to the time limits set out in section 3.3. And I'm curious to know why the same time limits don't apply on Canada Day, wherever it falls, or on Victoria Day.
Ms. Miners?
That is a good question. I'm wondering if it has to do with, with like the time of day that it becomes dark and light. Maybe. Pardon?
I just didn't know where this came in.
CEO Pink?
Thank you. Through you, I suspect it's as Inspector Miners, Officer Miners just mentioned. I think typically on Canada Day or others, you would typically light up fireworks when it becomes dusk or dark, while on New Year's you would do that at midnight. So I think there was slightly different timing in the bylaw.
All right. Committee and Councillor Zavitz.
Excuse me, thank you, and through you. And referring back to the October 2025, I may, through you, consult with my my friend, Mr. Burry, on this one. But the same whole thing came around about some, we're talking about a number of bylaws and some low-hanging fruit, if you will, and some reviews. It was my understanding that, well, at least the discussion at that point in time was more along the lines of an actual fireworks ban, and not so much. I mean, I was fine with the hours before. I think this was a discussion solely brought forward because he and I had drummed up some discussion about an outright fireworks ban. So, I mean, maybe for clarification, that's what I thought. I mean, I'm fine if whatever you guys just want to change the dates, I mean, and do whatever, that's fine with me. But I thought it was a more fulsome review of fireworks to the point of actually banning them.
Director Huff, perhaps you can answer that or address that.
Thank you, Chair. From that discussion last month in October, it was staff's understanding that direction was given to amend the fireworks bylaw just with respect to Canada Day. There was certainly a lot of discussion about potentially banning it, but I think that was, the discussion was that that would be a significant change and would require consultation. And that as a result of that, direction came back around that we could simply consider bringing forward a report that would amend the bylaw as prepared by Officer Miners and take direction from committee at that time.
Councillor Burry.
So Councillor Zavitz is correct. We did talk about an outright ban, and if we're really concerned about the environment and about small children and animals and all of the things that get affected by fireworks, we would go with an outright ban. This is actually probably not a bad step if we can do this quickly, as long as it doesn't supersede us being able to look at getting to an outright ban. I know it's going to take us a year or two to do that, or I suspect, given it takes us time to do everything, that it would take us to do that. At least with this, we're getting Canada Day down to Canada Day, not 10 days at Canada Day, because it's also US July the 4th, which is what happened last year, many places around the lake. So that's what started this. You know, this is much clearer. It's Victoria Day Monday and the Saturday and Sunday of the same holiday, Canada Day, and New Year's Eve / New Year's Day in and around midnight. So it's getting us a long way to where I think we want to be ultimately. So as long as it doesn't say, okay, you can't look at an outright ban for the next 10 years, I'd be okay with this as what I think is going to be an intermediary step. Having spoken with several of the other councillors around the table, but I'm not convinced we can go right to an outright ban in one step, even though drones do a better job at less cost.
Director Huff, would this preclude us from doing anything and setting a priority through committee and council?
Thank you, Chair. Through you. So certainly it wouldn't preclude us from looking at a ban in the future. What I would caution is that we did set the list of prioritized bylaw updates at our last meeting. And so if it was council's wish that we turn our attention to the consultation that would be required for a ban, we would need an update to that prioritization list. Because right now we're really focused on the noise bylaw. And then I think the next one up is the public docs. And that will take some time to get through. So happy to receive direction on that.
We're missing three counselors.
Councillor Burry.
We're missing three counselors. And I'm not convinced we've got unanimity around the table. I don't know, but I suspect we don't. This is a good step ahead.
Well,
I'd hate to see us lose this.
Just for clarification, I think you had, if you could pull back up that, there seemed to be some question about what staff was sent away with, and it was pretty clear. CAO Pink, do you have that in front of you?
Through you. Yes, thank you. I pulled the resolution from Planning Committee last month, and as Director have correctly noted, it was during the prioritization of bylaws discussion, and the resolution specifically notes that the fireworks bylaw be brought forward at the earliest opportunity in order to amend the discharge days. So that's what staff has done. That was the resolution passed. Again, to echo Director Huff's comments, should you wish to pursue a fireworks ban, that could be certainly done in the future. But I think there was direction to pursue noise, then docks. But to do this sort of quick fix on discharge days first. So,
Councillor Mayor Kelly, then Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, and through you. Could I just please ask that, not right now, but take a look at section 3.3 of the existing bylaw, because it actually does prescribe times for all three of those dates, but I don't think that's how the bylaw itself reads. 3.3 has a prescription for the time, but the reference to 3.3 only shows up in one place on one date, New Year's Eve, the way it's drafted. Just a drafting thing. Hate to be a nerd, can't help myself.
And presumably that can be fixed before it comes back for council?
Yep.
Very well. Committee, do we have any more? No, let me read the resolution so we can continue on this. Moved by Councillor Nishikawa, seconded by Councillor Zavitz. Be it resolved that proposed amendments to the fireworks bylaw 2022-013 attached as Appendix 2 to report DSES-2025/044 be approved, and that an amending bylaw be forwarded to council for final approval. Councillor Zavitz, you were next up on the list.
Thank you, through. I'm fine with this as read, as per though the mayor's observation on how it's currently drafted. Thank you.
Committee, any other discussion on this or any desire to put forth some amendments? No, seeing none, let me call the vote. All those in favor? 2, 3, 4. Anybody opposed? No. Good. That carries. Thank you. All right. We've got some. Yeah, do we have, who do I turn to? Director Huff on OLT tribunal status updates? Do we have any news on that?
Thank you, Chair. So we have recently received notice from the OLT that a rehearing of the original motion on the appeal to the official plan will be heard on December 12th now. It was originally scheduled for January. We asked that it be expedited as quickly as possible. So it's now going to be December 12th.
No, we keep having delegated staff approvals on the agenda, but what does that mean? Do we get reports on that, Director Huff? Delegated staff approvals for October, for the month of October. You're saying there were 6 residentials and 1 commercial. Is there anything you'd like to report on that?
Yeah, so you'll recall that the province delegated site plan approval authority to staff. So it's our effort to just let committee know that we're working on approving and updating you on how many of those and the type of site plans that we're approving each month.
Very well. Folks, I think that was that's it for our agenda. Moved by Councillor Roberts, seconded by Mayor Kelly. Be it resolved that the planning committee meeting adjourn at 3:08 and that the next regular planning committee meeting be held on Thursday, December the 11th, 2025 at 9 a.m. via an electronically and in-person hybrid format from the council chambers in the municipal offices in beautiful downtown Port Carling, Ontario. And before I call a vote on that, I will remind everybody that what day is it's Tuesday, November 20, what is it? When we have the next 24th, I think it is, of November, when we have, when? 26. Sometime before the end of the month, we're going to have.
Or the 24th.
Yeah, the 24th. I'm constantly calendar challenged, as some of you will know. And this is where we're going to see the official presentation for Manette. And I think we'll all be very much looking forward to that. But I also want to make that part of the public record and so all those in favor? Thank you very much, and that carries.